Hello, everybody. We are back with more idle chatter. We're on day 16 of the new account. Day 16. And we've made a ton of progress. It's wild. The early game is wild now. And we have, in about an hour, we have something called Challenge Week starting. And there's a blog post about that. We'll get to that. But first, we're going to come in and do a lawful lot of champions for Nordum. We're just targeting tier 2 for the 350 area goal. Yeah. We're going to get that going, get some music on. There we go. All right, so this one, I can't use chaotic champions. Womp womp. Neutral champions buff. So I need a lawful DPS. That's a Shara. That's a Shara. And then we gotta just fill in the blanks with everybody else. But whatever we got. Whatever we got. I mean, we got some speed going on. That's not bad. I might wanna... Come on, let's... Oh, it's not gonna help anyway. I'm like, can we buff her constitution? Not gonna matter. Too far gone. Do we have a tank? We do. We have a Tyrol. Okay. Okay. So this isn't the worst situation. Yeah. Okay. We can do this. 350 areas should be fine. Should be fine. I gotta get this set up. I got noodles to eat. I got important priorities here. I got hot noodles. Hello, Delcoon, Prophet Marco, Vegete, Mangloid, Monastic, Atralin, Hughes Clues, Ram, Blues, Squillnoser, Sergeant, Kartoffelnund. Hello. I don't know why I picked the one with Minsk when we don't even have Minsk in the formation. I guess because it doesn't matter. Potpourri, DPS Ashara is Potpourri. We don't have like the bench to be able to build her into what we would love, but hopefully this is gonna be enough. We'll find out. It might not be. It might not be. Oh, that probably should have been the 7 stack. Oops. Habit. All right. We got 350 areas? 350 areas. Let's see what we can do in a half an hour. Let's find out. Here, Vok. All right, noodles, and then a blog post. Mm-hmm. Idle duck, 45 steps across the quad. Nice. Nice. Hello, Black Widow. I'm hurrying. I'm hurrying. I think my code is the only code in the last 24 hours. Hey, Xenobite. We're definitely going to have to adjust this formation if we want to go 350. Not looking great. Not looking great. All right, noodles down. Hey, Toy. Hey, MC. All right. Let me get. That was done. So, two things up. There's a blog about the challenge week. Mastery challenges, and there's also the Reddit Q&A. So we're going to dive into those. Ultra, how to open all chests at once? Different type. Well, you can't open different types all at the same time. You can only open one type at a time. Like, I just can't hit a button and open all of these. But I can come here and I can open, if I click on this blue thing, I can open all of this type at once. It'll give me a breakdown. But each individual type has to be opened separately. Because you're not really supposed to have like tons of them. Well, Ultra, you're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to save up a bunch. This is me being. I was trying to challenge myself on this account to do things a certain way because there's some people who give what I felt like was not great advice, and I decided I would test it just to see because maybe I was wrong. But no, I was right. It was bad advice. You should just open all your chests. So you shouldn't be hoarding chests like this. We have all these different types. The game isn't gonna like for them to put in code just to appease like one person who hoards a bunch of different chests and then finally decides to open them all. That's, you open them as you get them. You open them as you get them. Mitch Bin, 15 steps across the quad. Nice. Yeah, hail, hydrate. Hey, Dance Lover. All right, well, this pushes. Let's look at blog post. Hold on. Why is this not like right here? Boom. Mastery challenges. Mastery challenges. I may have 4,400 silver chests that have been accumulating over time. Yeah, but you can open those all at once. I mean, that's the thing, is you can open a single type in bulk. What Ultra was asking for was to open all the different types at once, and it's like, you know, just open them as you get them, and it's not an issue. All right, mastery challenges. Mastery challenges give you these. It's a card sleeves, folks. Apparently, this is now. It isn't. It's an idle clicker formation strategy management trading card game. No, but apparently our cards need sleeves. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. I mean, someone's gonna love it. The mastery challenges, though, like that's the reward for doing the mastery challenges, is unlocking these card sleeves. And the challenges themselves we're going to see later today, but it's, you know, more difficult. It's doing more difficult stuff. So like only fallbacks champions and or champions with charisma score of 13 or higher may be used. Click damage is disabled past area 100 and fire breath potions have no effect. So doing like that's the base restriction of the mastery. Yeah. And then, you know, and then there's higher level versions, and you have to go like certain number of areas. The higher restrictions, everything just gets harder. You gotta do the same stuff. So this uses this time around, because they're apparently they want to. It's going to be an event augment, so it's not even going to show up all the time. This one uses the Simral Spoil Sport Adventure with Lark's formation, so the lollipop. That's your challenge. You got to make it work with the lollipop. The first, I guess, when you start, you can only have the base restriction available. And you can, it says just eventually add the other optional restrictions to your adventure. It's the optional restrictions, I guess, that earn you the mastery gems. This is what I'm understanding from this. Your basic reward until you turn the optional restrictions on is event tokens. You earn 10 event tokens for every area completed in the challenge, up to area 2500. You only earn them for like the first time you complete an area. So if you can only go 500 areas in the event, you can earn 5,000 event tokens. But if you're an in-game player, you can earn 25,000 event tokens. Spoiler alert. No, in-game players don't care about 25,000 event tokens. Spoiler alert. So, you know, I guess it's... I don't know. I don't even know that 5,000 event tokens is a lot. So really the event tokens seem like... I guess it was probably that or gems, and since it's in an event, they're like, let's give people event tokens. But the amount of them just aren't. Like at 500 areas at 5,000 tokens doesn't even get you a chest pack, right? You'd have to go 750 areas. So, you unlock optional restrictions by completing 500 areas in a mastery challenge. Apparently. For every 500 areas you complete in a mastery challenge with any restriction active, including the base restriction, you unlock one of a total of 4 optional restrictions. Those slots allow you to toggle an optional restriction for future mastery challenges runs. So you have to do this multiple times. Yeah. And then the mastery reward is mastery gems. That's the new thing. That's the new thing. You earn 1 gem for each area completed. So once again, yeah, okay. But it's based on the number of optional restrictions enabled. It doesn't matter which restriction enabled, just that you've completed an area with X or more enabled. So if you complete the example is if you complete 1,000 areas with 1 restriction enabled, you collect 1,000 mastery gems when you reset the adventure. If you complete area 1,500 with 2 enabled, on a future run, you collect a total of 2,000. So 1,500 for the 2 plus restriction enabled plus an additional 500 because you've now completed up to area 1,500 with 1. Oh, I see what they're doing. Yeah, this is weird. So technically there's 4,000. No. There's 10,000 mastery gems available. There's maybe 10,001. It says 2,500, so they're not counting 2,501, I guess. So 10,000 mastery gems available, but only if you're an in-game player who can go to 2,500, complete area 2,500 with all 4 things enabled. So this part of it is really tailored towards in-game players, right? If you can only go 500 areas, you're not earning a lot of gems, right? So spending your mastery gems, card sleeves. I'm going to upset a lot of people right now. Back in the day when I did play Magic the Gathering, I was the person that was like, I'm not buying card sleeves. What a waste. I buy the cards to play with. They're not to collect. I just played with my cards. I never owned card sleeves. It would upset people that I would play with that I didn't play with card sleeves. And then I started doing stuff just to really bait them out. Like I had a Shivan Dragon. So this is in the early 90s. So you could end up with like a black border Shivan Dragon, right? Because those packs were just still readily available. I had a regular Shivan Dragon. I took a magic marker and I very carefully gave it a black border, and in the middle, and then I shuffled and I kept it in my red deck. And one time I was sitting there playing and I played the black border, and one of my friends lost his shit when he thought I was playing a black border Shivan Dragon without a card sleeve. He was so upset. It was great. Yeah, so and now they're giving us card sleeves in a video game. Why? I don't know, folks. There are going to be people who absolutely love this, but I am not that person. So, new prestige cosmetic. Available for each Simral event champion in the event shop tab for a total of 2,000 mastery gems each. That means by proving your mastery of Simral, you can purchase card sleeves up to 5 of the following champions: Dadius, Halson, Krull, Lark, Lucium, Nordum, Regis, Shadowheart, Talon, Warden, Warduke, and Yorvin. So even if you were to get all 10,000 mastery gems available, you can only sleeve up 5 champions. Once purchased, the Dragon Soul sleeve card is automatically equipped, but it can be toggled off or on via the champion page near where you equip skins. And once you get it, it's going to show up like when you open chests. You'll know immediately, I guess. Oh, I got something for one. I mean, I guess it's good. Well, I don't know. Will you? Because the wings kind of cover in their face. I don't know. Whatever. And also, when you hover over cards in the UI, it's going to show up like this. Yeah. Gems stick around forever. Like they don't go away. Mastery gems, they don't go away. So if you want more information, I mean, this feels pretty straightforward. But if you want more information, it's over there. It's over there. And we can talk about it if you want. Vent, it's okay. Yeah. Let me catch back on chat now. Menelder says, I have to say, I have just read that blog post and I couldn't be less underwhelmed. If you held a whelm over my head. Yeah. I was pretty underwhelmed too. To be fair, look, this is a 1 week. I will say this. I wasn't expecting anything major, because this is something that triggers on the 3rd week of events. That happens once a month for 1 week. I wasn't expecting anything like outrageously huge, but I definitely wasn't expecting this. Yeah. Ultra says, not the answer I was open for. I hope you mean hoping for, but thanks anyway. Still hope you add this as a feature someday in the future. I am not a developer at Codename Entertainment. I do not work on Idle Champions. I won't be adding anything. I think you've misunderstood what's going on here. Yeah. Monastic says, I would love it if card sleeves could go to any. I'd love it more if card sleeves could go to any champion. I think that would make more sense, right? Because I would match up like Dragon Soul card sleeves. I'd want to like lore wise place those on specific champions. So I get where you're going from. But here's the thing. I don't even care about it that much. Because I don't know that I'm ever gonna. I don't know. It's Masconnect says all it takes is one sleeve I like and then I'll care. But then it's only for 5, like, well, it's only for like 1 to 5 champions. This time around, like, I don't know. Monkey House says, I'm happy this exists for people who might enjoy it, but I don't think it's for me. That's where I fall in this. If you couldn't tell, folks. If you couldn't tell, this was not for me. Because that's what this game needed, was a new system with new jargon and new currency. Well, everything has to be a new currency. They can't... Look, the gem economy broke long before Briv and gem farming. Like, there was a problem with gems, so that's why patrons had their own currency. Like, think about that. Before gem farming was a thing, the gem currency situation was broke. The devs thought it was broken, so broken that they added different currency in via patrons. So nothing can ever be gems again, and this isn't a part of patron system. And event tokens are specifically for chests now. What they've determined. And yeah, look, there's a part of me that thinks they should have just let you spend event tokens on this, but then there's no, here's the thing, if you were just event, then you just well, no, now that I actually say that out loud, no, I wouldn't, because then you just use bounty contracts and get a bunch of them. Like, that's pointless. So it had to be it had to be something linked. Did it need to be a currency? I don't think so. The way they've implemented it, yes, it had to be a currency. But there could have just been set challenges, and for each challenge you unlock a card sleeve for your choice of champions. Like, it's not what they made, though. And then you could just go after the one you wanted. But then that's kind of like, I don't know, kind of like these rewards. Like, we already have tier rewards, and now they're like, well, now, no, you don't get tier rewards. Now you've got to just go into this person's formation and do this, right? Oh, okay. Okay. Masconnect says, so I'll try to get mastery gems, but I'll probably not spend them yet. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll grab like 1 card sleeve every time they do this, just to be like, well, I got 1. But I'm really not. I'm really not super interested. Skunk Butter says, yeah, I feel hard capped around 500, but I know I'm lacking more champions. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, this mastery challenge feels like it's targeted more towards long-term stuff, obviously. Yeah. So if you're newer, it's, you know, this tiny little thing that they added that's going to happen for 1 week, this event, wasn't really for you. Monkey House says, I bought Magic the Gathering Alpha and we didn't have card sleeves back then. Oh, I mean, I'm still a little bitter, and this is why I played that trick on my friend, because the friend that I got by playing that fake black border Shivan Dragon, he's the one that introduced us to Magic the Gathering, but first he introduced us to the D&D trading card game, Spellfire. But he wasn't even playing it. He was playing Magic the Gathering. He was buying Alpha and Beta Magic the Gathering while we were buying Spellfire. So to me, that was a way of getting back at him. It's like, why did you introduce us to... Yeah, Spellfire was neat and all, but why didn't... you were playing Magic the Gathering, why didn't you introduce us to that, you jerk? Because we all really got into Magic the Gathering in the 90s. This is like mid-90s, like, you know, 94, 95, somewhere around there, yeah. Night Dude says, as an old card game player, I get it. Kind of card sleeves only really got popular like probably in the 2000s. I mean, they were around. they were around because again, my friends like bought them, but they were very generic, right? It was like the black back and the clear front, and I think they might have tried to like, then you could spend even more on ones with fancy stuff. I was like, well, I don't want any of that. Gorda says, I don't understand prestige when the only one who can see cosmetics in this game is me. I mean, Gordas hit it right on the head there. They did not build a game. I mean, I stream this game, but they did not build a game nor support for streaming, nor did they really support streaming. I mean, sure, they give codes out to people like me who are going to stream it, but when they started their 5-day-a-week, 8-hour-a-day streaming schedule thing that happened during the pandemic, that basically killed the potential for anyone else to stream the game. Because everyone was just watching the official stream. So prestige stuff is like, I mean, they're using the term as, hey, it's something special for you to get later on, but not to show off to other people. Yeah. Lisa, I saw someone at a convention black bordering a Mox. Look, I had a lot of cards. Some were worth a lot. I ended up selling them off a little while back, but I never got like the super expensive stuff. But back in the day, would I have totally like black bordered one that today is worth like, $1,000 just to piss off my friend? Absolutely. Because back then it was only worth like $20. Garamidi asks, do the 50,000 gem fee for Thalora that reduce the stack requirement by 50%, is it worth it? Yes. If you're gonna be gem farming, it's worth it. It's worth it to a certain degree, even if you're just trying to race through adventures with her, because it reduces the number of stacks you have to get, obviously, by 50%. But I mean, that's a big deal. So if you're trying to grind through a lot of shorter adventures or variants, she's potentially more viable. And then when you get into gem farming and you're using her in like a gem farm, in a automated gem farm loop, it's very good. Yeah. Hoshi, is this mastery just cosmetic with no use? Correct. T5 Cats, what? You don't sneak into CNE at night and reprogram their machines? I'm in Oklahoma. They're in Canada. Canada. The Dirt Wolf, thank you for the follow. So no. Also, we had some follows earlier, and I missed them. Lockdown Late Night, Midnight Shadow Blues. Ervik, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was probably eating noodles. Loopy, I just entered chat. Can anyone briefly explain what Garth's speaking about right now? The Mastery Week, this thing down here, Challenge Week. Mastery Challenge will start on the 3rd week of the event. We were talking about that. It's this super, I don't know. Shouldn't say super. Super restricted. It's good. They've got really strong restrictions, and you've got to do Lark's free play with these things active. Well, you have to do the Mastery play with these things active. It uses Lark's formation. And you get the base reward is like event tokens, and then the reward after that are mastery coin, like mastery gems, and you spend them on card sleeves, like that are gonna wrap around the borders of these cards. And look, I will be the first to say, over the years, we've asked for a variety of cosmetic options in this game. Like, I think people have asked for a different UI, like if we could somehow, like, pay for or earn a different UI. And I guess this is what they took from that, like that when we occasionally hover over a card, we want to see a different border, like a really ornate border on it. The art looks neat. That's not a problem. They're always very good with the art. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Shodan. Ron says, I don't know that I need more to challenge me for events at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I think this is for the crowd that gets everything done in the first 2 weeks and then is like, there's nothing to do in the 3rd week. Also, probably another way they're trying to get engagement with the game up in week 3, because it tends to, there tends to be, by the time you get to week 3, there tends to be really not be anything to do. So I think they're trying to test this out. Augments are tests. They're testing this out as something that they might potentially add permanently in the future, right? Like challenge week, if people really get into it, could become a permanent thing. That always happens in week 3. Like, I think they're just really looking for something for people to do in week 3, because I think engagement in the game falls off pretty hard there. Where do we start the challenges? I haven't figured out. I haven't either, because they're not in yet. It's not week 3 yet. We got some minutes to go. 24 minutes to go. Monkey House says, to some extent, it's nice to have aspects of the game that don't trigger FOMO. Sure. But then, but if they don't somehow motivate you to do them, doesn't have to be FOMO, but some kind, if there's some motivation to do it, then was it worth the development time to make it happen, right? Blog post says today, but doesn't give a date. Today is today. Yeah, they dropped the blog post today. It says the date is at the top, December 17th. It's at the top of the post. So, but again, all new content usually launches at noon, Pacifically speaking. Yeah, I mean, I sold off all my Magic stuff that was worth anything. I've still got a bunch of cards that are basically handling. I mean, if I had a real wood, like a wood stove or a wood fireplace, I'd probably just use them to start a fire in the fireplace. So, yeah. How are we doing on our speed potions? Oh, they're almost out. Loopy asks, I'm buying card sleeves. Do you buy them once and it applies to all that champ's cards? Yes. You buy them for one champion and it applies to all their cards. MC says, I think it's going to be the same season. It's going to end up on a farm. I think they might experiment with the reward. Right. I think the Mastery Challenge is an interesting idea. It's gonna be curious to see how many people are like, woo, about card sleeves. Yeah. Fisticuffs, thank you for the follow. So, you know, I don't mind. This is, I want to be very clear that my feedback here is card sleeves, not Mastery Challenge. Like, Mastery Challenge, I get. They're trying to give people something to do in week 3. No. Okay. But, you know, like, what are you... Like, I almost don't want... Like... There's a part of me that wants, but also doesn't want. I'm just on the fence here. Like the Thayan Enclave, like a mastery shop where there's stuff you can spend your mastery gems on, and they could add a variety of things and try things out until you get something right. But I kind of like that. I like that idea more than hey, you get it once and it goes away forever, which is what this sounds like currently. Because it's an augment, there's no guarantee it's ever going to return. And that's Yeah. It's like on my main account, I can't show you, but on my main account, I have like an expired fire breath potion, which I like just having in my inventory because it's something you can no longer get anymore, but it serves absolutely it could serve a purpose, but once I use it, it's done forever. It's interesting to have, but ultimately, does it add anything to my game? No. And I think that's what the card saves feel like to me. Like, okay, well, you tried something. It's not changing my game experience. Yeah. The challenge week isn't Blue Crew friendly? I mean, you can earn stuff, I think, regardless of what your progress is, but you won't be able, like, the only people that can get all the rewards available are end game players. It definitely rewards your overall power progress because you'd have to get to 2,500. Area 2,500. So it's going to reward you a small amount and you can store your currency up for the future. Right. So I think it's one of those where if you earn, some, but not enough to actually buy one of the rewards, which takes 2,000 mastery gems. Let's say you earn 1,973. I don't think you get to that number, but then the next time a challenge week comes around, you're going to be, or until they announce another one, everybody's just going to be in chat going, "Please, sir, may I have some more?" Just because they'd like to buy something with what they used, because until then you can't. It doesn't. There's no realized gain until you get to that break point. Put mastery into time gates? I don't, oh. Man, like, I don't think so. And I don't want to wait around for them to figure out how to make mastery work. Right? Like the reward structure work right? For them to fix time gates. I want time gates fixed like right after Trials in the Forge, but what I want usually doesn't happen in this game. So Delkin says, I think it's okay with the mastery words. Just feels bad they do this stuff while they have so much to be fixed, updated. They are actively working on Trials in the Forge. We just had a changelog that patched a bunch of stuff. And we know, because they've been talking about this for a long time and we know that they have a problem with engagement in week 3 of the game. And they're trying to find a way to resolve that. We know these are problems that, we may not see as players, but they see as a studio. And it's, if they're spending development on time on it, one would hope it's a big enough problem like that it's, potentially what could be happening is there could be like, I'm just throwing that as an example. This could be like their income stream and like week 1 of an event, week 2 of an event, week 3 of an event, and then off week might come up a little bit. And then week 1 of an event goes up, week 2 of an event. And what they're trying to do is somehow do something to encourage people to do more in week 3. Right. And they've done tests on this already. Like there was a week where they moved the 3rd flex champion into week 2 just to see what happened to week 3. And they did not like that. So with something like that, I don't know. Showdown also has expired fire breath potions. Nice. I only have 1, fortunately. I wish I had 1 of every rarity, but I don't. Do people still use time gates? I do them on my, there's a point in the game where you run time gates a lot. I'm still in that. I'm 21 time gate pieces, but I need to. I'm out of time. I'm out of time in this game. I get 5 hours a day to play this account. 4 on Mondays, and we've been doing so much that yeah, it's hard to stop and do, like, we slow down our progress doing time gates. I'm trying. But yeah, like if you're late game and beyond, like once you've unlocked every champion and have them all in epic gear, time gates become pointless from my perspective. There are some people who still use them to try to farm favor conversions through conversions, but I feel like it's a very limited situation. Oh, along with mastery challenges, we had a Reddit Q&A. All right. Alphantitis says, just like the weekly free offer rerolls, if you like the mastery stuff, spend some cash and more likely to return. Well, there's nothing that involving cash in this that we've seen. It's just yeah, I didn't see anything about cash in that. We'll find out here in about 15 minutes. I don't think it has. I don't think it's related to that. I think it's just literally getting people to play the game more in week 3. The Reddit Q&A says, as is tradition, the Codename office will be closed down over the holidays, but fear not, the content train doesn't stop. Next updates will be going on Tuesdays rather than Wednesdays, since we don't want to work on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So, the 23rd and the 30th is when, instead of the 24th and the 31st, Tuesdays at noon for the next 2 weeks, the next week and the week after, or when the content drops are going to happen. There'll be a couple of time gate weekends, 26th and the 2nd. So there you go for that. Tales of the Champions Part 5 comes out on the 23rd, and then its variants on the 3rd. Yeah. Ooh, they think that supercharging a node that doesn't have a benefit from supercharging isn't supposed to count towards Nordum's bonuses. So you don't have to overdevelop your core. It really felt like you did. But okay. That feels... that's fine. Oh, wow, and it doesn't even start counting correctly. Oh, yeah, I didn't get that deep into it. All right, probably because we haven't been on my main account. This is an interesting response to a question. Normally I wouldn't, but the response is curious. The question is, any chance for a wolfskin, cloakskin, or Commodore Crux? Which isn't I mean, sure, what I don't understand, but okay. I don't understand why they would want that, but that's not the point. Sean's response was, we try not to do skins for evergreen champions since it always leads to a lot of confusion as to how they're unlocked. What? I'm not sure I understand. I'm not sure I understand. What? Now, granted, they've put some evergreen skins in some weird places. That's on them. But that doesn't... Right? Mascona says if you buy a skin, it always unlocks a champion, but it won't unlock evergreens. Well, that's not what that sentence reads as. That's definitely not how that sentence reads. Look, the easy answer is you put the skin in the gem shop, right? And then you just put a skin for Diana, or like your Dragon Knight Hitch, a skin for Hitch does not unlock Hitch. Like, most of the time, those skins don't even show up in the gem shop unless you already have the champion, if I recall correctly. Now, it's selling them for cash, you don't. But, you know, there have been problematic places where they introduced skins. Like, they gave a skin for Brunor in a Dinar event variant? I get that confusion, but they've also given us skins in Trials of Mount Tiamat? I don't, that answers. Frustrating? Okay, Gordis, so getting to area 2250 with the base restriction will give enough event tokens for 3 gold and 9 silver chests. Yes. Too lazy to do the math, but my instinct is better off gem farming. Oh, yes. Well, it depends on how quickly you can get 2250. But generally speaking, that's why I said the event token, the base reward of event tokens was kind of like, it feels like an afterthought because it definitely isn't something that anyone's going to care about. Ethel says in 15 minutes, Warduck unlocks, and he's the only one that qualifies to be the 10th party member in Nordum's 3rd variant. In your opinion, would he be able to help get the E20 I need for 1,000? I don't know how to answer that question. There isn't a way I could answer that question. Let me be very clear. Warduck is a DPS tank. He is a DPS champion. So if you were going to get him and put him in your formation then has to be built around him. And he wants positional formation abilities. He doesn't, like the others are meh. I have no way to answer that question. No one has any way to really answer that question, to be clear. That kind of question isn't really answerable when it comes to Warduck specifically because of the way his mechanics work. Loopy, you're missing the point. You're missing Gordis's point. Loopy says gem farming only gives normal gold and silver chests. Event chests are much more difficult to get. We all know that. Usually worth it to farm them up during events instead of gem farming. But what Gordis is saying is that for someone like us who has full epic gear and all you're getting from those extra chests is item levels, it's more efficient to just like going to 20. If you're going to area 2250, which is what they stated, and this clues you in on their progress level in the game, that means they are full epic, and all they care about from those chests is item level. They could get more item levels gem farming. You buy the gold chests, you get blacksmithing contracts. You use those, you get more from that. That went like right over your head, I guess. But the clue in that statement was that they were saying going to area 2250. That's end game power. They don't need event chests. Mangloid says new player unlocked Eliwick, nice, and unlocking Diana at the moment, nice. Typical speed, then absolute adversaries. Okay, unlock split the party 1 already. Cool. Any recommendations for 2 symbol slots that cost 3 time gate pieces a piece? Unlock Shadowheart already for absolute adversaries. Yorvin is super strong. Obviously, if you're early on, working towards split the party 2. That's what I did, and I split the party 2 days ago. So working towards that is my first recommendation. But if Yorvin could get you there, Yorvin is the beast. He's who I'm going to unlock with this final slot because I got split the party 2 done. I do also enjoy some Warden and some Crawl, but you know, Halson's been pretty solid. I mean, you're going absolute adversary, so Halson maybe somebody you want in there, but Halson is only a support for Harlock or Dark Urge in the good specialization. Family Goat asked, don't most of the evergreens have a ton of skins? There's some. I don't know that I would say a ton, but you know, at the time, like, skins didn't happen until year 2, but year 2 we had 12 event champions and 14 or more evergreens, so there were a lot more skins for like some of the core and evergreens early on. Yeah, I mean, Jamil is sitting over there going, I don't have a ton of skins. So I don't know that I would agree with that. And there's some, I don't think Olcoria has a skin at all. Xeraphon definitely doesn't. Olcoria might, Xeraphon definitely doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. G-Patch Gaming says, funny story, I got stuck while needing 60 or more areas for the goal. I put in Eliwick and left it running all night. By morning, I had an E20 increase from using her ult over and over. Yeah, till I had a buff from 1,000 cards. New cheese? I mean, it's old cheese. It's been, I mean, that's how any of those additively stacking abilities work. We've gotten another 100 areas. Is E20 100 areas? That doesn't sound right. But you could have gone further. Hey, Maxie. Am I going to try the challenges? Not on this account. It makes no sense on this account. I think what I'm going to do is fire up my main account and put it in the window up there and see what it's like. But I don't care about the reward is the problem. I don't care about the reward. Yeah. Oh, there is a Mind Flayer Olcoria, that's right. Xeraphon just has built-in skins. E30 is 100 areas? Really? But with click damage push, you can push E20 to get 100. Okay. It looks like we are going to pull this off, folks. Our DPS ended up being Lae'zel and not a Shara. I tried to do a Shara DPS. It did not work. Lae'zel's too strong. Lae'zel too strong. We ran out of our speed potion. Also ran out of our fire breath. I could turn the fire breath back on. I didn't want to put another speed potion in. I think split the party 2 will better serve me than the 4th tier of the event. Yeah, usually how it works. Split the party 2 getting to split the party 1 and 2, it tends to be better early on when you should be doing these things, hopefully, than trying to pick, the strongest champion. If you can do both, that's even better, right? Well, I think they mean using the tokens a different way. I mean, like, honestly, if I had 9 tokens, instead of getting, if spending 1 on the event, 3 on the event, and 6 in a time gate would get me to split the party 2, I'd do that instead of flexing another champion in the event. So. Friendly says, I have 40 time gate pieces. I'm trying to do patron quests, event quests, tails quests, variants, and unlocking more evergrades. That's... This is part of the problem, is there's so much you could potentially be doing. You have to figure out what's the most important thing and focus on that. Like right now, I'm ignoring these time gate pieces because right now we're trying to get some of this power from the event that we haven't accessed yet in the form of these variants, right? MC, that's a question for... People keep asking me questions for the developers. I can tell you, are there any plans on giving us more background parties? I can tell you what the developers have said, but and that's that they can't add another background party until the game runs well enough on all platforms to allow another background party to function without crashing the game on certain platforms. So until that happens, it's not, I'm not going to see it. All right, core strength. 450. This is speed champions or strength 16 or higher. I'm a little worried about this one. I'm not going to use... Oh, there's the mastery challenges thing. I'm not going to put in any potions until we get a look at who's available. Wow. We got to use Nordum. Oh, oof. Okay. I mean, we'd be trying for a 450 completion here for tier 2. With who is our DPS? Binsk? I feel like it'd be Lae'zel again. It's annoying that Karlach doesn't have 16 strength. Karlach's such a beast. I mean, that feels like what's going on. Con 14 would need her next to her. Havilar's pointless. We need Hero, which is weird. Melf would go like here. Ugh. Hey, Shavik. Champion. Highest potential DPS out of that. I don't know what that's going to be. Let me see. It's just not great. It's not that's a real bad buff. I don't know. We're gonna try it. I'm gonna throw an hour down. It's an expensive test. A beast. We'll see what happens. All right. Firing up my main account. 1 second, folks. Hey, Commander Rez. We are going to be looking at mastery challenges today. Wow, they actually show up on the campaign map. Makes sense. Okay, I need to put this picture. Over here, let's look at them though. I mean, so never on adding another background party. It's a stretch. The performance is not great on like mobile, and console's been having issues. So until they can figure out a way to make it better, they've tried. Last time that they said something about doing a test and making some changes was about like a year ago. It felt like clearly it didn't do what they hoped it would. The Under says we're supposed to have fun playing this game, not get stuck in decision paralysis of regression options. They've always said we were worried about overwhelming new players, and now they've gone all in on overwhelming new players with Tales of the Champion. Okay. So, get as far as you can and show your mastery of Simril. Is it really a mastery of Simril? Enable optional challenge restrictions to earn mastery gems used to unlock Dragon Soul card sleeves. That's here. For Simril event champions. Unlock the slots at 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. So you've got to be able to go to past area 2,000 to unlock all 4. So that's the first task. Restriction 1. Tough luck. Enemies gain 10% more health in each area, stacking multiplicatively. Restriction 2. Modron VIPs. 2 formation slots are taken up by Modron escorts. Restriction C. Bah Humbug. Enemies multiplicatively gain 1,000,000% health. The number they did. Okay. For each champion in the formation who is not a fallbacks champion and or not available in this year's Simril event. You do not need to have flexed a champion for them to count. And then roll call, the final restriction. Champions adjacent to each other may not share any roles other than support or tank. If they do, everyone in the formation has their damage set to 0. Where does this take us to the shop? Oh, it is a thing in this shop. Event shop. It shows up here, but you can only buy them with the things. So these are the only 5 that can get a Dragon Soul card sleeve. And the only one that it makes sense to me on would be like, well, I guess maybe Dadius or Lark. Everybody else, I don't understand why they'd care. But maybe I'm getting too lore into it. I don't know. All right, so that's what we're gonna try and do on the main account. So up in the top, I'm gonna throw down. Gonna load in. There it goes. Past 2,000, I can't even get to 1,000. Well, that's to get all of them. You could at 1,000, or if you can get past 500, you can unlock the first one. Again, this is the Mastery Challenge. Really is fully geared towards end game players, giving them something to do in week 3. Everybody else, it's like you might be able to earn a little bit of currency, so that at some point you might be able to buy something. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to start this adventure. Simral Mastery Challenge. Mastery Challenge. Get as far as you can. That's the objective. I can only use fallbacks champions and or champions charisma score 13 or lower. Click damage disabled past area 100. Fire breath potions have no effect. That's our base. That's our base restriction. Daily reward? Oh, Jesus, stop. Okay. All right, I had a core in and it's, oh my God, game. Why do you not work anymore? Why do none of the hotkeys work anymore? Escape doesn't close things anymore. G doesn't always turn off auto progress. Okay, pulling everything out. So we want the fallbacks on affiliation. Fallback. No, I don't have to do this. I can do current adventure. Oh God, that doesn't give me the fallbacks though. Well, here's Tess. There's Kazrin. There's Baldric. Oh God. Who am I? Why am I blanking on the 4th member of the fallback? Lark. God, yeah, he's brand new. That's why I'm blanking. Okay. There he is. Jesus. Oh, it's one of those days. All right. Maybe we do some Gale? I don't know. C2, definitely Lae'zel. C3. Oh, wait. C4, Karlach. There's our... No, it's Kazrin DPS. Karlach buffer? Karlach buffer. Kazrin is what? Chaotic good. Okay, so we could Halsin. Potentially. I'm going to get some options on the table here. You have 12 champions you can get sleep for? It shouldn't be. It should only be like 5. Wasn't it? Or is it everyone in the event? Oh, I thought it was just 5 selected. Oh no, you can only buy 5. That's the thing, because you could get a max of 10,000 of the currency. Okay, I'm sorry, folks. I forgot. It's a brand new thing. I'm still figuring this shit out. Vin Ursa. Ooh, Catty Bree. Ooh. That changed real quick. Who do I want? Vin Ursa or Catty Bree? Do I have tanks yet? We have Karlach tanking. Maybe we have Ayla tanking. Lithrin could be a good support. All right, let's... Okay, so if we do this, Karlach's got a tank, which means Kazrin's right behind her. And then Ayla tanks. And then Lae'zel. Baldric, Lark, and Tess, but Tess needs to be in front. So we are ready. We already have to switch things around. Karlach doesn't tank. It's gonna be in the back with a feat? Really? Yes. Thank you for a reminder. On my new account, I can't do that. Plan for everything. Great things ahead. Boom. Thank you. On my new account, that's not an option. And I've been thinking new account lately. All right. We want to do this. We want to like get some Vlithrin. She's strong. And it's probably Halsin. Probably Halsin. Okay, so let's start on people up there. Okay, so Osrin's gonna want Lost in the Library and Signature Smell. Pass with this is gonna be the fallback plan. Mark, center of attention. Artemis isn't blocked, but like, is he really that good here in this situation? I don't know. Obviously Lizelle, we want Battle Master. Caddy Bree goes, I always do piercing arrow. Vlithrin. Spreading the word? Yeah. Yeah, spread that word, Vlithrin. Baldric, I want pre-stack bonus. And another boost. The pre-stack bonus. Paulson probably wants neutral? What's his count at? 6. Does it go up? 9. Yeah. Yeah. All right. There we go. Potions. Now this is a... Oh, yeah, I can't do that. Okay. This is a challenge run. We're trying to go as far, like, to 2,000. So we're going full epic potions and a large speed. And then that gets ignored now. All right. I'll figure out that formation may not be ideal for the layout, but I'll worry about that later. When it stops, I'll start fiddling with it. Till then, it doesn't matter. Until then, it's working. Until then, it's working. But yeah, if I can't get over 2,000, then womp womp. Then I can't unlock all 4, and I don't know that I would care. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not super motivated by this mastery challenge. Meowzuxi, these are very hard to do and get to 25k. Yeah, that's 2,500. That's, yeah, this is the 2,500 area goal in this is for end game players. I'm not an end game player. I'm a late game player. The event shop is for who you have unlocked, not who you flexed. I think it was only showing up here because this is the new account, so this is who I have. Right? If I do this on my main, I go to the shop. Yeah, it's everybody. It's literally everybody. Dragon Soul card sleeve then would work for Crawl as a Knight of Tiamat, or as a Death Turtle Cleric of Tiamat, excuse me. That would be the best. That would be the best scenario. Renderaz said I need to try to get 1,000 to area 1,000 on Nordham to get a core, but I can't even get there with my guys. Then you can't get. I mean, that's. Look, I hate that. I absolutely hate that they buried the lawful core in tier 3. I hate that they put it in an event tier at all. That's a big ask. Area 1000. A lot of, like, if you're on the newer end of the game, you're just not going to get there. And you're going to have to wait until Nordum returns in an event to try again. Fisticuff says, as an in-game player, I'm more than happy to have something new to focus on. I mean, I'm trying it. Commander, I was thinking of follow. I'm trying it, but I don't care about the card sleeves at all. Nighthawk, thank you for 18 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Yeah, no, Shevik, I get it. Like, I would have thought the word mastery would mean not for new players to finish. Yeah, well, yeah. I think that's the clue. Mastery challenge, master Simral. Like, that means this, you know, as a new player, you can try to show what you've learned, and you can get a little bit of stuff, but you're not going to get it. This is you know, late game, in game content. I want the main account in picture-in-picture. We're not watching that. We're watching the new account. This is a new account playthrough. That's the main account is always just going to be up in the picture-in-picture. What do the sleeves do? Nothing. They protect your cards from getting scratched while playing with them. Wait a minute. It's a digital game. Oh. I don't know that this makes tens of thousands of item levels useful. It might. I guess if you have like all four restrictions might require that. Who knows? We're going to find out. I don't have that. She says, making the reward a not very cool cosmetic is good to minimize the FOMO aspect. Oh man, they're all going right now. I think the art is great. I just don't. The artists do a great job with the tasks that they're given in this game, in my opinion. I don't. There is no value for me in a digital card sleeve. Like in this game. I don't even think of these as, or I get it, they're cards, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. The Manastic says, well, that was fun. 2501 with all 4 restrictions done. Already? It's been 23 minutes. The maximum currency is 25,000 event tokens and 10,000 mastery gems. So that's what you would get. I mean, so Art Nemissive says, on the one hand, I want to chase the thing to support the art team. I don't think chasing it supports the art team. I want to be very clear. This isn't something you're paying cash on. I don't think it supports the art team. The art team does its job. On the other hand, it's the same sleeve for everyone. It has to be purchased for each champion separately. Seems like a nothing burger for the amount of work and time spent together. Well, apparently Monastic only spent 20 minutes on it. So. Shevik says, for some reason, this reminds me of the plastic coffins some people keep comics in. I mean, I have no problem with people putting their comic books in plastic sleeves for storage. I get not wanting to scratch them. But I'm the person that takes them out and then still reads them. Like, I don't have comics, but if I did, like, yeah, I'd keep them in their little cardboard backer, put them in so that it keeps them in good shape, store them like that. Why not? But this is a digital game. This is a digital game. Wait, a treasure train just started in my channel? What's a treasure train? What? Treasure Chain. Unlock limited time 35% off gift subs at level 2 during this train. And it's got its own, it's got like its own emotes. Okay. All right. Well, Treasure Train in chat. That's from subbing, gifting subs, or bits.
Certified lizard. 7 days a week. Wet ass lizard. Make that lizard gate weep.
Thank you, Delku. Always good to have the lizard play. It's like, oh, the card sleeves are like having an NFT. Ooh. Ooh. It's not quite that bad. It's not quite that bad. It's just, look, I get...
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Knew it, I'm surrounded by assholes.
Black Widow. They were 53 months. The tier 3 subs triggered the space balls all out, which I always love. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. It's one of the things. Look, I like skins on champions because we're playing with the champions. I don't even mind. Like the skins on familiars thing was a little, and that went away. I don't know if anybody knows, but there are like familiars. There's skins for familiars in this game. They tried out click damage skins, which I don't have any of, but you know they tried that for a little while. There's a few of those, and now I guess it's time to try out card sleeves. Like, but yeah, I don't know. Cards in this game are more like information panels. That's all they are. Yeah. I mean, they call them cards. I mean, we call them cards because they drop as cards, but it's just the information panel that describes what's going on here. Another random Twitch thing now, viewers spend more money. Well, I mean, look, it's like bits come to me. Obviously, if you're buying bits, you can find the conversion for what streamers get versus what you're paying for bits. It's out there. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. For subs, for most people, it's 50%. I believe. So like if you're doing the, oh, is it anymore? I don't even actually, how much is it? It used to be 50%. I have to go look. But ultimately, you know, it's what it is it's trying to encourage people to sub or gift subs or drop bits in that moment. But you know, when you do it is up to you. It's interesting that this would trigger then it's 35% off 5+ gift subs in the future. Yeah, they're just trying to encourage people to gift subs to streamer or to people to help support streamers. Yeah, that's fine. But it doesn't change what the streamer gets. It's off what Twitch would get. You're talking of the sealed plastic coffins for, oh, that's like, yeah, no, that's like you get like a Action Comics #1 and it goes in it just goes in a hard plastic case and you never open it or read it. I get it. But that's a collectible and not to me, that's just you now have a collectible, you don't have a comic. The train. It's another gotcha? No. Ravenous. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Wonder if it was planned to introduce card sleeves at the same time as the compact chest contents option that no longer shows cards. Ooh. Hold on. Do I have multiple? Yes. So here's the thing, right? But if you hover over it, it would then show, right? If you hover it over it, it would show. This isn't the card. This is the card. So it's still there. It's just on hover. Yeah, so it still shows up there. You still hover and get it. You would hover over the others. It wouldn't show up around the normal version. Maybe a skin for the actual portraits on the bench would work better. So that's if you go so right now I'm using the console UI. If you change in your settings, oh no, is it under general? No. Interface. Console UI portraits and turn it off. The champions on your bench now show their skins. That's been in the game from day one. That's just the original UI. Like you can see Tess down here in her cozy skin. That's the only one I got, but that's already a thing. It's right under here in a console UI portraits. Just turn it off and you'll see them in their skins. The console UI portraits, they only ever drew the base version because at the time there were so many skins already out. It would have taken them forever to then have the skin show up. They weren't doing all that art. They weren't going to do all that art. But yeah, it's... Yeah. It isn't that Twitch needs money, MC. Just behind the scenes, the holidays suck for most Twitch streamers. Like people, because most people are out there. Most of their viewers are out spending their money on friends and family, on gifts. Which, yeah, absolutely. So doing stuff like this around the holidays is just trying, and a lot of our income as streamers goes down. So they're, that's a way to, this, I don't know if this is time for the holidays, but I'll tell you right now, like, no, that's nice. Thanks. I mean, we didn't trigger it. We were on level 1, but. Yeah, I'm just I'm an affiliate, so it's just 50% sub split off whatever the price is. People have new comics sealed at the printers? You're not... So those people aren't... Those people are trying to buy collectibles. They're just collecting the cover art and being able to say they're not actually interacting with the comic. If that's what they want to do with their money, I'm not going to stop them. Meaning like a portrait border? I guess I don't understand Silent Wolf. I think we were talking earlier about a whole different UI, but like this kind of stuff, there is information being signaled with this, and they'd have to do a lot of work to mess with the overall UI. Yeah, I don't like the console UI portraits. They're like passport photos. I don't want them staring at me. But I do that on the new account runs so that I know visually what account I'm on. Oh, they're staring at me? That's the new account. On my main account, it's the proper way. It's the proper way. No, I get that. What I'm saying is I don't understand what portrait border you're talking about. Like if you're talking about like literal borders, they can't add, it would get way too busy. If you're talking about just the overall UI, again, they'd have to, it would take, we've asked for that before, but it would take a major redesign because everything down here is trying to transmit information. Whether you understand what that information or not is a whole other story, right? Like the difference is this border is white and this one's green. Green means they're in my formation. Literally the difference. But that's information that you need to know. Like who's in my party? The people with the green borders. So I don't know. Monastic says I might have ruined the free play ability of the challenge adventure. They're discussing it now. Apparently you weren't supposed to be able to skip bosses. I mean, if they treat it like a free play skip bosses. So they should have thought about that. I don't know. I'd say you mastered it. The fact that they didn't think about this beforehand, frustrating. Briv has existed for years, and you didn't think that that was going to happen? Bottom panel says to play well on different resolutions, which it already struggles with a bit. Oh, yeah. It's a lot of work to change a UI. I was shocked early on when they introduced the console UI because I was like, this is what you invested? Why? And then they released the game on 3 consoles, and I was like, oh. Because originally it was just on Steam. How did Briv become eligible? What do you mean? The Mastery Challenge... Oh, I think it's the free play. They were talking about the free play. After you do the first Simral Mastery Challenge, I think it becomes a free play. And I think... And then you change the restrictions. Right? Oh, Alindra does it. Oh. I forgot they changed her. Right. I know they changed her. I was just very disappointed with her rework. And so I pushed it out of my mind. It's a free play the first time around? All right. Where's Modron reset? Oh my god. Danny, please. What are we shooting for? 450, folks. We're gonna make it. I wasn't sure we were gonna. The Lazelle's been trucking along. I mean, it isn't. He does have an item for it, Commander Ares, so that's not. But yes, you have to choose. Are you putting Nordamin to level up a core, or are you putting Nordamin to be a support champion? They did give you that choice, but he has an item for it still. It's his specializations item. It's Wednesday in CNE land, yeah. Yeah, it's much better that the item isn't just useless when you maxed out your cores. That's one bonus. Because before it was like, okay, well, you have like a golden epic on that item, but then once you max out all cores, well, now you've got a wasted item on Nordum. So having it a specialization then means it's not wasted. His support functionality was great in the rework. I would agree. I wish, well, there are things that I am frustrated with, but he has a much better support. Hey, Cantrophy, Canned, where we're going. All right, we finished. I finished. Maximally efficient strike. Complete all 3 tier 1 variants. Yes, well, we completed tier 2 though. Nordum will still show up. We did variant 1 for tier 3 for Nordum, but that's all we're gonna do. All we're gonna do. Let's do Lark. Yeah. Let's see what we can make out of this. So, oh yeah, we can use whatever formation we want, because it's just talking about who can do damage and nothing else. Diana, get back in. Billy. But it's what we're doing anyway. Okay. Okay. How far are we trying to go here? This is the 6 hundo. All right. Well, I don't have any more hour-long fire breaths. So we'll start with click damage and go from there. Through gem and speed 101s. Why did I not read them earlier? I don't know. I don't know. Yesterday, I was curious as to why people aren't reading Bud 101. It's someone was like, "How many people read this? Is that one of your more read guides?" No, it's actually one of my least read guides. My second least read guide, but like Bud is so important. Oh well. Oh well. Almost a 700 on the main account. To be fair, it's not a speed formation, so it's gonna take it a little while. Gonna take it a little while. How many gems we got? We got 2,800. I did want to try to save up for the gelatinous cube, so maybe we do that right now. How's Bruner doing, by the way? He's just trucking along in the background. Did he finish stuff? Oh, he finished both of these. Humanoids, he just can't do. He just can't do the humanoid one. We should switch him over to Vajra. Go switch him to Vajra. Because you need a better eyes. Well, I don't know. I think just people don't understand. Like how, I don't know. I mean, they're all in the list, but you know, the others probably get shared more. I don't know. That could be all it comes down to. It is what it is. All right. Runor alone. All right. Boom. And this is now a Vajra free play, so we'll leave him alone to do that now. Critter Wolf, which one? Bud 101? Or gems or speed? G-Patch Gamer, you can make Karlach Assault never go away just by using it on a single area and letting the timer run out. It will stay on 100 range stacks and doesn't lose any range stacks between areas. Sheet, that's not how Karlach... So what you're describing is exactly what Karlach works. You don't have to let the timer run down. Karlach's timer resets when you defeat a boss. Like her ultimate turns off after you beat a boss. But if you started on like area 1... it stays on for area 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But the second you beat the boss on 5, like the second you complete 5, you move to 6, it's gone. That's the way her ult works. You get it for 5 areas at most. And then it turns off. And the problem is the timer, you have to wait so long for the timer that usually you can complete those 5 areas before the timer is back. So if you just artificially wait for it, you're slowing yourself down a lot, but later on, towards the end, you kind of have to wait for it, right? So it makes deep pushes take a while. The Bud one? Okay, was chasing the wrong number. Yeah. That's why I made the Bud one, so people could go, hey, go read this instead of base DPS and average DPS, you know, Bud. But I think it probably, I don't think I can rename it, but I think renaming it would probably be better. I originally wanted to just call the post "Why Base DPS is a Lie," but I felt like maybe that was a little antagonistic. So maybe I should have just called it Base DPS 101, and then people would have been like, oh, I can learn about this. And then what I would have said is Base DPS is a lie. Go use Bud. Right? Yours hasn't turned off this run after a few bosses. That's a bug. That's a bug. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts. Why not repost it with the updated title? So I used to, every time I updated a guide, I used to post a new version of it. And then what I found out is that just really it isn't good. Because the original version will have developed a search ranking in search engines. And adding a new one, it doesn't then just front that first one. It will put the old one in front of the new one. And then you have to go through and update links and like, you have to like change stuff. It sucks. So I stopped doing that. I just started updating the guide. But Reddit, let me go check. I don't think Reddit lets you change the title for very good reasons. I don't think they let you edit the title. No, the body and the flare, but not the title. And again, for very good reasons. So yeah. It's just, yeah. So, and even though now on all of my old guides, I have a link at the top that says, this guide is no longer updated. Find the updated guides here. And I put it in bold text on the really old stuff. I still get people commenting on those guides about them not being updated. And I have to tell them, check the link at the top will take you to the new guide. This is no longer updated. Like, people just don't read. I say that I do written guides, and yet people don't read. People don't read. So now I just update them. I should have done that. Why originally, like if I could go back in time, I would have just made a fan site like I'd made in the past, and none of this would be an issue. But I was a little burnt out on that, so I just made Reddit guides. I have an appendix. Well, that's what the Reddit wiki page is, or the Steam version. Justin said, if we do mastery challenge outside of events in the future, why would that happen? We need a common place for it? Time until it ends to be. I don't understand the conversation there. Yeah. I don't fully understand the context of that conversation. They're obviously having a conversation. At one comment, I don't get. Your bud damage is an update. Yeah, you're just running into a bug. Patch Gaming. Until you restart your client, you're just gonna have to accept the bug. Mastery challenge campaigns, perhaps. Not for card sleeves. Why is this a Dragon Soul card sleeve too? Is there something I'm not missing? Like, is there something I'm missing with Simral? I mean, Simral's like, why wasn't it a wintry card theme? I don't know. Gotta love hindsight, eh? Man. I mean, I had made multiple fan sites, but it was for games that were in like beta. And Idle Champions came out in early access. I was like, I'm not doing it again. They always shut down before they got out of beta, and I was like, I'm not doing this again. Multiple games in a row. So I'm like, Reddit isn't going anywhere. I just make there's already the community on Reddit, so, and I don't want to do it on Steam because at the time I was working for a game studio, doing community management stuff on Steam. I was watching over Steam, their actual website, their actual forums, their Discord, and their Reddit community, and their social media. And of all of those, the most horrific place was Steam. And I was like, I don't want to spend any more time in Steam discussion groups. So I made the post on Reddit. They're going to add the time until the mastery challenge is over to the notification on top. Good. Star motif would have made more sense. Emerald was chiefly celebrated after dark when the stars are visible across the sky. I mean, I'm just thinking winter, like, you know, they've done the, you know, this is the Simral kind of background, and I think something with snowflakes would have been. To me, that's the Simral challenge card sleeve, right? To me. But obviously they're not looking at it that way. So I'm curious what way are they looking at it? Because they clearly don't see this as attached to an event, even though this is supposed to be a mastery of Simral. The reward isn't related to that. Yeah, I mean, look, we're up to 971 on the main account. So, you know, 1,000 is in the bag. 2,000? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it should be. It's not like I'm restricted on the champions that I'm using. Oh, no, I am. Never mind. With this, though, what I got 500, E500 damage. I don't know. We'll see. When we get closer to the end, we'll see. Might be a challenge. It might be a challenge to get 2,000 with this formation. Ooh, hydrate. Dune Awakening had their big kind of pre-holiday patch yesterday, where they finally gave us these cargo containers that we've been waiting on forever. which are like 150 slots with a 15,000 volume. And I was like, I redesigned my base for this. I'm happy with the redesign regardless, but redesigned my base so that, you know, I could make better use of these, is to store all these resources I have, because I'm a massive resource hoarder in that game. You know, they bury it behind like unlocking. You have to unlock the schematic to build it. So I spent some time doing that and got it, built it, put it in place where I wanted it, where it was going to make total sense for me to have it. And it's just it's non-usable in the way I wanted to use it. And so now I'm like, well, what a waste. I can see how maybe like for guilds, it's probably still a good thing. For me, it's like, basically it's a gigantic storage container, and yet unlike every other container in the game, my refinery stuff, my crafting stuff can't access it. So it is it is really just for like guilds to have a bunch of people load up with stuff from the deep desert, haul it back across, and then have a bunch of people unload it. And that's it. Like, as a solo player, I don't need that. As a solo player, I go out, I solo crawl for spice in the deep desert. And when I'm done, when I get a full inventory in my sand crawler, I just carry the sand crawler back and drop it off at my base. Like, drop the stuff off and then come back and get more. Like, I don't store anything in the deep desert except the machinery. Like, except my sand crawler and my carry-all. So, I don't know. I'm real disappointed in it. It like has one function, and that's like, okay, well, when I've crafted all of, like, when I've made spice melange, which is, you know, the stuff that's worth all that we're doing all the stuff for, I can throw it in that and never accidentally consume it in crafting. Like, I have to actually manually pull stuff out if I want to craft with melange. So I'm doing that with it, but it's like, it just feels like an absolute waste. I was so disappointed. E500 should be something like 1900. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, 17, 1800. It's in there somewhere. I mean, 1600 is 469, so I'm thinking maybe 18. But that's without anything, any of my ults firing off at all. And I'm still using the fast core. We're still stacking up Cosrin. I don't even, do I have? Hold on. Okay, good. Uggy is on Cosrin. Cheap Patch Gaming says, I have survivability but need some damage buffing to get some higher levels. Here's some good chance for buffing the damage on my DPS. Too general of a question. I like, what DPS? What DPS? Yeah, I mean, in this event, Simral, Yorvin, but even then, that's not necessarily, like, what DPS are you trying to buff? Certain DPS want certain things. Some DPS want certain things. Yorvin or Karlach. Neither of them care. So you just get the biggest, whatever the biggest buffers are. The problem is, you know, we could start naming off like meta buffers, but a lot of them are only good if you get lots of item levels. Like, so I don't know. Ethel, no, we talked about this yesterday. There might be a variant somewhere. New account just cleared 1,000 in challenge mode with no restrictions. Well, you mean with one restriction? Like, there's a base restriction. It's like trials. There's a base restriction, and then there's more that go on top. Apparently. But yeah, Yorvin and Karlach don't care who's buffing them. So you just have to find the biggest buffers. Who are they? Oh. I don't. There's good buffers out there, but that's not how I play the game. Like, I pick up the people I like and I use them. I mean, like I said, for Karlach, I like Strongheart and Duke Ravengard. I like that combo, but then you don't need. Then you're not using Yorvin because. Well, no, you can still use Yorvin. Wrong seat. You're not using Vlithrin. Vlithrin. People like Vlithrin in 11. So you have a choice in 11. Like, are you going to use Vlithrin or Strongheart? But I like the Strongheart Duke Ravengard, and it'll work for Karlach and Yorvin because they're both melee DPS. But yeah, it's like, you know, at a certain point it starts. So Yorvin's going to be solid in there. I like Birdsong as a support. You know, seat 1 it varies, but more often than not I'm using Esmeralda. But again, like, gear matters a ton. So Karlach doesn't care about the rest of the absolute adversaries. Just to be very clear, Astarian's pretty good, but Astarian's in Yorvin's slot. Yorvin's better. I'll use Lae'zel, but Karlach doesn't care about tadpoles, so it doesn't care if the absolute adversaries are in a group or not. Unlike, let's say, the Dark Urge or Lae'zel, who care very much. Yeah. Where are we going? We're going at 600. Oh, I'm like, why did we slow down? It's because we're not click killing. That's why. Yeah, it's better. So yeah, Karlach actually doesn't care about absolute adversaries as a group. Her champ design missed that. Really. Yeah. Try grabbing burst summer problems. I don't love. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know that it's the champions. I mean, you can pick up some champions, but really, like, more power is about developing them and not just grabbing new ones. Because you're gonna have to develop, you know, everybody eventually. Yeah. So, like, without knowing, you know, in those kind of situations, it's, you almost have to list off everybody that you have, and then we can just tell you, you know, okay, well, these people aren't maybe helping. You know, these people could be swapped out for stronger ones, but us just trying to give you a list of strong buffers doesn't mean anything if you don't have the capability to then gear them out and boost them with item levels. New player, I haven't spent any money, but I hit 50 camps in exactly a month. Yeah, champs in exactly a month. Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't have to spend money. The money, honestly, when you spend money on this power in this game, it goes away fairly quickly. Like, it might get you to something pretty quick, but then it's like, eh. But, like, you know, you have to go out and it's better to just consistently go out and earn that power. That's why when people are like, I'm going to spend some money, what champ should I get? I'm usually like speed champions, because speed champions then get you into a curve of developing your whole account via getting you gems faster, right? Because if you just spend it on buffers, that falls off real quick. We got a quad, folks. But it's a 1 in 3 out, which is the worst quad. It's a directed quad, but it's a pointless directed quad. It's sad. Directed T, though, we like that. All right, what do we get in these electrums? Something good? No. Something good. Yeah, that's progress. Down to 20 event uncommons needed. wish that had gone somewhere else. Nordham could use one more green and then we could open up his chest. Crazy? But yeah, like investing cash in the game and putting it into like strong DPS and strong buffers, straight up, it's a waste of your time. Unless you're the aforementioned millionaire we were talking about last time, and or you make over $7,000 in what was it? We said if you make over $7,000 a day, drop $7,000 on Briv just to get yourself a 4-jump Briv right away. But that's not even power, that's speed. So I'm still pushing speed. But yeah, like dropping money cash on just like a DPS or a sport champion, like for those abilities, like dropping cash on, I mean, you can, but dropping cash on like speed champions then at least gets you in a place where the gems they're producing can then power up the entire rest of your account. The 1 in 3 out is still better than the top bottom in with the sides being the out, or vice versa. Yes, I know. But yeah, but all the 1 in 3 out directed crosses are basically worse versions of an undirected cross. So they're the second worst type of cross piece you can get. Like they should have just not put certain cross pieces in. But it watered down the pool, and I guess that serves their purpose. All right, we're up to 1,300 on the main account, folks. E511 Bud is what we're up to. Well, they give the same boost as undirected because that's the proper amount of boost for one input on a quad with 3 outputs. Right. That's just the way the boosts are all designed. It has nothing to do with directionality. It's just we see it come out as directionality. We relate it to that, but yeah. Now we got 36 minutes left. Wow, we might not get to 600 on this speed potion. We're almost up to 3,500 gems. Remember, we need to get to 5,000 for the other familiar. But now I'm like, do I want familiars or do I want potions? Well, we got some stuff we can dismantle. Distill, excuse me. Up to almost 1,200 reagents again. For the restriction, they should have bumped it up a little bit. They don't design this game that way. It's very clear that as things get, that based on they don't design rewards based on difficulty, basically is what I'm gonna say. It's very clear. Because we see it, and we've seen it since year one. You can see it in the blessing tiers. You can see it in the perk tiers. And you can see it in things like the Modron game. Like, did they stack some difficulty in later, like with supercharging? Sure, but even then, man, like, oof. Like, that's one of the few places where we're rewarded with for really overdeveloping, but man, they make us go real hard to get it. And is it worth it? I don't know. So I don't know. Yeah, no, again, I get it. I just, they don't think that way. They clearly don't think that way when they're designing the game. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's like one of the things that I don't like about Conquest Arc that I think is on the slate to be reworked. It's still in early access. Is they have this the system where you're earning the currency during your runs, and then you spend it on permanent upgrades. And every time you spend the currency on like one of the there's a whole group of permanent upgrades, the cost to boost that again doubles, but the amount you're boosting it stays the same. It's rough and unenjoyable. There's a certain break point you get to, which basically I level 10 on all of them, and after that it's like I think I have a couple 12s, but the amount of play that requires to get above 10 on things is and just isn't worth the amount of boost in most of the cases. And so I think that is slated to be reworked, but it just hasn't happened yet. But one of the reasons I'm enjoying that game so much is because I've been playing so much of it this month, is because the developer does go in and add things that are to make things better and to make it worth more worth the time you're spending on it. I finally got all the Eldritch weapons and armor unlocked. They just dropped, I had them all unlocked, and then they dropped a new like frost staff. I just got that the other night. It's wild. But trying to come up with good deep run builds. I'm back on that. I'm back on trying to do that, trying to optimize all of that shtick. Sadly, the Eldritch weapons are the good thing. The Eldritch armor, the weapons are just so overwhelmingly good that the armor is kind of, it's unfortunately, like, it looks neat. They did a good job on the art, but it doesn't deliver the way the weapons do. And you can only pick like one thing. You can only have one Eldritch item equipped at any one time. F1 split the party 2, better more offense or more defense? Better you follow my guide. Better you follow my guide. More gold mine. But not from champ, like that's not how that one works really. Yeah, so I would go to the guide. Or watch the VOD of me doing it from the other day. I don't know that I think about it that way. So if you scroll down to like addendum 1 or 2, or I don't know, whatever it says for split the party 2. I think addendum 1 is split the party 2. We are not progressing as quickly as I would like. I'm also running low on damage. 600 is a lot. This is I mean, we're gonna have to put our actual damage team in to clear 600. Main account is now 1500. At 1500. Thanks. Well, I hesitate to say that by Shakira, because newer players might not. They might lose their good power champions, and there is a power curve, but there is a it gets more difficult at the end. And if they have the wrong champs in there, it could still be bad. Because you got to remember they've given away a lot. Well, I guess champions they gave away on Epic, but if they accidentally burn those champions early, ones with gear, you could be toast. You definitely got to hold some of those back. Still. Got the you built or crafted a legendary speed potion. Yeah, I would have if I hadn't purchased an epic speed potion for our deep favor run. Oh well. 3,700 gems. Yeah. No, it stacks up real well. Stacks up real well. That's once you get one of those going, that's kind of like, it gives you just a good base amount. If you got Shandy with it, it's like woo, and then you get a speed, and then you throw a 15-minute on, and suddenly you're getting really good speed. Oh, and if your fast core hit 10, yeah, getting your second speed boost from the fast core obviously helps. We aren't even at level 2 yet. We are living on a prayer because we're halfway there. But we're still on level 1. We need to get to level 5 just to get enemy spawn speed bonus. But 10 is that multiplies with the speed potion, so you're going to see a big boost there. It's 15 that feels a little underwhelming. Shakir says it's 1600 on my all restrictions mastery challenge, only E717 bud. Not sure if I'll get to 2K. No. I'm still just trying to get to, we're almost at 1600. I have E520 bud. I mean, E717, that gets you to 2K. I don't know if it gets it. 2500 is, I think, what would be questionable. I don't know what 2500 takes. Do I have freely? Nope. If I had freely, I don't have Orkira either. Oh. Look, I could Bud's Buggy this if I could Dungeon Master freely Orkira in. I just don't care enough for card sleeves. Fast core Human with defeat, I'm guessing. Legendary potion plus 5-minute potion is 11x, yeah. That's wild. Shandy would probably be at the 12x cap. Oh, there you go. E668 is 2500, so you're fine. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. It's because there's that stacking health. Oh, never mind. That's the normal values. The stacking health bonuses in that from the restrictions suck. My bad. This is new. I'm trying to remember all the things. What is Bud's Buggy? I keep hearing you say it. It's literally a shortening of Bud is Buggy, but it's a Bugs Bunny reference because that's, I don't know, because it's Looney Tunes. Because it's Looney Tunes. So Bud is buggy. What happens is there's a situation with debuffers where a bug will trigger that causes the debuffer, even though they're a support and not a damage dealer, to set Bud. And they don't set Bud off directly off the power of your formation, although there is some causality of power. There's some power caused. There's the amount that it sets is in some way caused by the power of your formation, but it's also in relation to what area you're on. And if once you start triggering it, if it consistently triggers, every time you go up an area, it can potentially raise itself higher, and you can just walk your way all the way to the area hard cap of 2501. Yeah. So that's all. That's in a nutshell. That's what happens. And it's a debuff related bug. And we deemed it, we called it Bud's Buggy because it was Looney Tunes. But what I really should have called it, we just realized this in the last week, is I should have called it Breaking Bud. I should have called it Breaking Bud. Because, yeah. That's just a funnier name. Do another 15-minute click. So we are trying to reach the tier 3 goal here on variant 1 of getting to area 600. We're going to have to swap in a DPS at some point. A better DPS than Lae'zel. Speaking of long-standing bugs, did you see Jenks House Star collecting and background parties got fixed last week? I saw there was a patch note. Did it actually resolve the issue? I wouldn't know. Oh. Well, okay, we got two different answers. So, there you go. One person it did not, the other it did. We just cleared 1700 on the Simral Mastery Challenge, the initial one. We're at E529 max damage. So cruising right along. It's a little bit higher than the 135 we got over here. Oh, well, that was already my answer by Shakira. Like, well, I wouldn't know because I didn't check and wouldn't bother to check. Yeah. I should probably on my main account just build some, parties like that are trying to scale and get stuff and just have them running, even though we're not doing much work on that account. I did Nordum's variants there yesterday. The 23 time gate pieces, folks. Oh my God. Hank, you're almost out, right? 52 to 70. Oh, we could still do 18 more. Okay. Still need a ton. 200. I still need 200 electrums from Diana. 200. The Caddy Bree progress. We're down into the teens again. Virgil progress, okay. And the question is, Caddy, do we have anything for Caddy Bree? I don't think we do. We haven't done, we can now do her variants. Her first variant is what that means. Yeah. Yeah. Go over here. Virgil's still missing a green. Yeah, all the ones that I'd really like to see are still missing stuff. I should double check the math. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. How did I get... How are we another whole champion off again? How do I always end up off by 5? This is the second time we've been off by 5. I raised it when we time gated somebody. But then that should be off by 6. I don't understand. So never mind. We're not into the teens. I apparently... For some reason, I cannot keep this, the event uncommons tracker, correct. I don't know. Closing in on 1,800 on the main account. Still got a good buffer of damage over health. Oh, I can also flex now. Rawr. Yorvin. So there were 3 of my time gate pieces. Okay. So after we finish this for Lark, I think we're going to go get Yorvin. Just unlock Yorvin. And then maybe go do Caddy Breeze variant to get her some gear. Get her gold chest. And then we'll come back to the event. This account. Oh, there's a Freely. Adventurous Tale. At least it's a good one. Now he's full green. Do we have Freely chests? We do. But 3 of them, which aren't great. Ultimate attack sucks. Boy, lucky break. Oh, requisition. Sure, that's fine. Ultimate attack damage. Wow. Well, that was what we got from Freely from our time gate. So, I mean, at least he's got Unlucky for Them and Requisition Lucky Break. I just would have liked a blue on the Adventurous Tale instead of either of the ultimate ones. Adventurous Tale is the favor boost, so would have been nice. Would have been nice. Yeah, so seat 7 now has disappeared. This is the rest of it. We're trying to make everything else try to disappear off this list. It's got to be greener better. Trying to see if we missed any decent commentary on the mastery system, but not really. Annoyed Sean information save with War Deck. All right, we're 40 areas away, basically. I'm surprised this is still going without us switching to a better damage dealing. But hey, that means our account is growing, folks. If we don't even have to switch to the good damage dealer to go to 600 areas. Well, almost 600 areas. Yeah, now we need a good damage dealer. We want... Oh, no, that's fine. Oh, one from Sean's stream? All right. There's Halson's. can now open Halcyon chests. Blue. Okay. But we have more. But wait, there's more. Epic. Nature's Revival. Yeah. What do we want? Another epic. Sure. Why not? Why not 2 epics in a row? We're guaranteed at least one more. Via the pity timer. Looks like we're gonna run it this time. Instead of last. Oh no, never mind. There's the epic speed item, which we don't care about at all. Okay, I don't know where that landed. Okay, no more epics. All right, Olsen. Oh, preset. We got a shiny on the pre-stack for Archdruid. Would have liked the epic there instead of speed ability, which even with an epic needs 32,571 item levels to cap. This is why I don't bother. Even on my main account. Why? Why? Okay. But that got us. I wasn't even paying attention to potions. Get us. Got some stuff we can break down over here. It did get us an epic, a huge speed. That went epic speed, same thing. Okay, awesome. Looking good, looking good. Go look at contracts. Things are going on. Diana. All right. Main account is at 1950 and still has some room for Bud to get better. Not even hitting ultimates yet. Main account just needs to clear 200 to unlock all of the mastery thing. And get all of its event token rewards. I don't know. Oh no, it's not all of it. All of it would be to 25,000 or 2,500. I don't care. I'll get 20,000 event tokens. I think it's still sitting. I'm still sitting on 2 million event tokens. So 20,000 doesn't mean anything. 20,000 event tokens doesn't mean anything. Buy an item for Bobby. Bobby. Wow, look at that. Figured it out real fast. So, yeah, we're at 20. Okay, we have Bobby chests? We do. Back choices. Charge into battle. Okay. And you need the unicorn. Sure. Sure. Any of these? No. Still waiting on Diana, right? Yeah. Hey, we cleared 600. All right, we're done. That was just variant 1, but that's all we were targeting right now. Now we want to go unlock Yorvin. Just got to go to 50. Tier 3 was 600. We went to tier 3 on that last one. Variant 1, tier 3. Yeah. So we'll just do the tier 2s. Like for variant 1, we're doing tier 3 because I'm pretty sure we can make it for every champion. We'll see. We're attempting it. And then variant 2 and 3, we're just trying to go to tier 2. That's a vastly different situation. The goals are just too high. Okay, I mean, yeah, got to keep in mind, we're 16 days in. This is our first event ever, and we're already clearing, fully clearing tier 2 and getting one variant done in tier 3. That's amazing. Honestly. That's amazing. That is not how the game used to work. Even 6 months ago, that isn't really how the game really felt like it worked, so... All right, I cleared 2,000 and the Simural Mastery Challenge, and the formation's still going, so I'm gonna just let it see what it's doing. What it can do, I should say. Osrin's currently sitting on an E56 Uggy buff. Not bad. Not bad, but yeah, we're probably close to capping over there. Up to 4,400 gems, basically, on our way to get the gelatinous cube. So I guess towards the end of an event, once one, we went in. One has power from tiers done for a few champs. One might reach a higher tier on some variants of the champ. Yeah. Yeah. I will repeat that once we're back from the ad break. But yeah, that's basically the idea. All right, I'm gonna end this. It was still slowly moving along. We made it to 2040, but that's fine. All right, so mastery progress. I've unlocked all 4 optional slots. So highest area completed 2039. I unlocked all 4 optional restriction slots. 20,390 of 25,000 event tokens. Okay, every time I click one of these, it enables a restriction. I mean, so you don't have to do them all at once. You could do different runs. Might actually be... That's something to keep in mind. So here's what happened is they took that challenge core idea they were having and instead turned it into these mastery challenges. We were just talking about the challenge core this week. They've turned it into these masteries. You don't have to have all of these selected. You could do one run that just gives you 10% more health in each area stacking multiplicatively. Or you could do a run with 2 formation slots taken up, or one where enemies gain health for not fallbacks, or champions adjacent to each other, like, right? Or you could try to do them all at once. Or you could try to do them all at once. It's up to you, right? I'm just gonna, like, I don't really care about this system at all. So, oh, and it's still, we get the base restriction as well. It makes sense. Okay. I don't really care about the system at all, so I'm just gonna attempt to do it all at once. Two-patch game, is Salora a good speed champion? Yes. Is there better in her slot? Depends on what we're talking about, right? She's good for gem farming. I prefer Deacon for anything that isn't gem farming. What the hell is going on here? Oh, I'm like, okay, I get it now. I was like, what? But it's because I didn't have any of the fallbacks in. Let's get fallbacks in. Roll conflict. At least they put a notification in there. I will give them that. God dang it. I will grant them that. Let's see what Laura get the gems from boss she skips? Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't use her. People keep asking these questions. It's like, of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't use her for that. Seems straightforward to me, but I guess not to everybody else. I don't know. But yeah, Thalor is used in gem farming a lot. Is really good in gem farming. In normal runs, I don't. So the thing about normal runs is, if she doesn't get enough of her stacks back, then she doesn't rush as far in the next one. So you got to be doing deep runs. If you're trying to grind out short stuff, no, she's not. In which case, Deacon is the better option, potentially. Deacon or Esmeralda. It depends on what you're trying to build. Like we use Esmeralda on the new account because the synergy with Dynahair, because we're doing the whole Dynahair synergy thing. So I haven't bothered with Deacon. So it just depends. But yeah, for actual, high level gem farming, yes. You want that. Okay, I want to go over to Tails. I want to do Caddy Breeze first variant, the Pugilist that push. Now that we have green or better gear on her, I want to get her chests. We do it like that. No. That's fine. Okay, we're going 250. 250. Can we do that with two of these? Let's find out. So what was the actual restriction here? I didn't even pay attention. Take less damage closer to get to the formation. Okay. Yeah, not gonna be a problem. Not gonna be a problem. Basically, Caddy Bree does her most damage to, like, she does the highest amount of damage to people the furthest away from the party. So this is a silly restriction, but what they're trying to do is get you to one-shot everything with her, but you can just use a Fire Breath Potion. Well, until this happens. Until you get armor segment and health stuff. $4,500 gems is what we're up to. All right. We got some Lark chests. Oh, wait, we got some Lark chests. We can open Lark chests. Because he's blue or better already, so we're chasing the pity timers now. We're pushing the speed. Okay. Oh, so I answered this during an ad break and I forgot to come back to it. So High Explosive said, so I guess towards the end of an event, once one has power from tiers done for a few champs, and other power crew in the meantime, one might reach a higher tier in some variants of those champions. Yeah. That's why, like, I knew from our deep push that we could clear area 600 in variant 1 if we weren't heavily restricted. But variant 2 was going to be a stretch for everyone for tier 3. So just completing the tier 2 goals for everyone then stacks me up these buffs over here. Like we've got these 2 buffs going when Nordum's in. And we can get like this, you know, we can get 2 buffs for everyone. And then when we have, if we use any combination of those in our runs, that can help. That can help. And with, you know, with Auto Blacksmith, the champions that we're gearing up in the event, you know, completing stuff, when we complete tier 2 for them, they get a lot of item level. The Nordum's up to 71 average item levels for completing tier 2 plus opening all his chests, right? Basically, tier 2 gets you, if you can complete all 3 variants in tier 2, you're adding 50 average item levels to that champion. We did another one in tier 3. We did one of the variants in tier 3 that added a little bit more. Plus the chests, right? So that kind of gear accrual then might make, you know, the second variant possible. I don't think we can get to variant 3. In our first event, I don't think we can clear tier 3 on anyone, but if it looks doable, I mean, we'll, you know, but with the restrictions, usually that's not a thing. I mean, honestly, like I've said before, it's a little wild that we're clearing tier 2 with no problems so far. And this is our first event. 16 days into the game, just 4 to 5 hours a day of playing. Like what even is happening? Is the way it feels from my perspective. Like what is going on here? Five minutes got us 40 areas. We get to, no, we're gonna be close. We're gonna be close. It's gonna wear off right before. Gearless folks out there clearing tier 3. Well, but how many days in? Just because they're gearless doesn't mean that they don't have power from somewhere else. That's what I don't. So like gearless is a whole other game, and there's, you know, just because they're gearless doesn't mean they haven't. Like what other power do they have? There's a lot of other power in this game. The modern gearless is not what it was when Mars created it. It was the vow of poverty, and you didn't open any kind of chests at all. And the only other place they could be getting power, no. Blessings, perks, and Modron core. Those are all 3 of those are possible. All 3 of those are possible. So but a Modron car has a lot of power. So just saying gearless can clear tier 3 so a new player can, that's not, I don't think that's a valid statement at all. You can unlock some of the patrons. No, just one of the patrons. The patrons aren't out. Literally just one patron, it's Mert. Mert wants item levels. Everybody else you can do. Literally all the others. You can have 4 out of 5 patrons. Agree, Colgate is a brand. Yeah. So it isn't even proper formations, but like, so let's just say it this way. Even if someone was on a Gearless account, but they picked just the perfect like you. It's a very much about having the very perfect Gearless, like champions that scale properly gearlessly to go into that scenario. I don't think I mean, with the best luck, maybe a new player might. I just don't. I don't think that's a realistic thing to talk about. Just like I don't think, like, was there a way that I could have unlocked Blushi in less than 2 weeks of play? Possibly. You know, there could have possibly been a way to do that. Do I think that's realistic for new players? Like, to the point where I'm going to tell people, go do that? No. Not in the least bit. Oh, Elminster? Okay, so you can get 3 out of 5. Oh, yeah, because Elminster wants murder currency. Yeah. 3 out of 5. Oh. We were duped. Sad. I wish there was a counter that told me. Well, I guess I can. I'm not going to show it down here. I was like, I wish there was a counter that told me what the health ramp was up to on this restriction. Not there. Hey, we've got 200 areas in, folks. The mastery challenge. What would I need to get? I would need to get 500 areas in to get a single card sleeve. Okay. Okay. Programmer asks, when is it time to dismantle upgrade components for Mojang cores? Honestly, I mean, it's whenever you want ultimately, but I don't feel like it adds much value until you are trying to go from level 15 full epic flow to level 15 supercharged flow. I mean, could it potentially get you to an epic node earlier when you're like level 10 or something? But like, you know, maybe. But you could also just wait a week and you might get the pipe you needed anyway. Like, well, I don't think it really matters until level 15 and you're really trying to optimize what your core delivers. Not only because you want the core to do a lot, but also maybe now you want Nordum to do a lot. But because before that, it's really just about getting the right pipes, like the right directionality, the right shape with the right directionality is important. So it's important to know. So one of the things you got to keep in mind is never, ever, ever upgrade a pipe that doesn't have a directional flow. With the exception being, if you're going to take a blue quad, a blue undirected quad, and turn it into a purple undirected quad. That's the only exception. Otherwise, when you go to upgrade, when you do finally get there, you're only going to upgrade directed pipes. Lediath has been called and has appeared. Lediath literally, someone said, where's Lediath when you need him? Jevik did. Just maybe 5 minutes ago. Lediath, I don't know if you saw this whole mastery challenge thing, but it's a thing. It exists in the game now. Your name was called out because Bayushi Kira said that there are gearless players clearing tier 3 in the event, and I said, but they're doing it with some other power, like blessings, perks, Mojang cores, not just like Hi, I'm a couple weeks in, and or even a month in, and they're in tier 3. Tier 4 easy with Gearless now. But I mean, but again, it's not. There's power coming from other places, right? You've got your Modron core, you've got your perks, you've got blessings for at least 3 out of the 5 patrons. Yo, you haven't seen the mastery thing. Oh. Well, I mean, maybe that's better. Mastery challenge. Basically, they took the talk of a challenge core that they had rattled around, and they put it into this mastery challenge. You get a base restriction, kind of like in Trials of Mount Tiamat. And the further you can go in an adventure, in this specific adventure, it's its own button. With the base restriction, the more optional challenges you can unlock. And so your first run is trying to get to 2,000. You know, it's every 500 areas you could unlock another restriction. It's trying to get to 2,000 or higher, and it rewards you the unlocks. It also rewards you event tokens, 10 per area, the 25,000 max. Once you do that, then you go into it. Then you do the real challenge run, and you can activate up, anywhere from 1 to 4 of these optional challenges at once. And every area you complete with these challenges turned on gets you 1 mastery gem with a max of 10,000, right? So 4 times the 2,500. What do you do with mastery gems? You buy card sleeves for Simral champions. Card sleeves, this is it. Anywhere that you hover over a card and it appears or it shows up, like when you open chests, they'll show up with these card sleeves on. 2,000 a pop, so you can only get a max of 5. An indie game player could get 5. That's challenge week. Welcome to challenge week, Lydia. That's what they came up with. Oh, we got blue caltrops. I think that was an upgrade, wasn't it? I think so. I think she only had... Nope, we had the green. Dang it. Yeah, your cards now won't get scratched. The back of them won't get scratched while you're playing Idle Champions anymore. Split the Party 2 felt much easier than Split the Party 1. You get gold, like the gold ramps. As long as you get a few areas in, the gold starts ramping, which feels better. And because you already know how the mechanics work, yeah, it's going to feel easier. Split the Party 3, you need a lot more gold. But if you have a lot more gold, you're fine. If you don't, woof, it's rough. I think the guy's doing tier 3 on a less than 30-day account aren't actually... Well, specifically for gearless runs, yes, those are people on alts. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know that, for me, it's could someone, stumble into it? Sure. I just don't think you recommend it to anybody. And that's what I want to know. What can you tell people that, oh, sure, you could do this? We summoned Lediath and Lurking Rider. Look, you were distracted. That's fine because you didn't miss anything. I explained the whole thing and you didn't miss anything. Card sleeves, Lediath. Card sleeves. It's all about card sleeves. I don't know. I didn't realize we were playing a collectible trading card game. That's the new thing, skins for cards, yes. Skins the most important updates since Legendary? No. Here's what I will say. This is the most exciting update since active tasks. Oh. Oh, wow. No, we're not. No NFT. There's no blockchain in this game. Get it. Stop. Stop. Also have some power from the Mojang core. I didn't really. I had this. This was my Mojang core for split the part. Oh no, hold on. It looked like. Oh, it's not loading in. Oh, there it is. It looked like this. It looked like this. So a little bit of power, but really not much. Really not much. I feel like it's just knowledge, and knowledge of what's going on helps a lot. Going from split the party 1 to split the party 2, and then, you know, hopefully some gold find. 50. We're still on track to maybe get through this without running out of speed. We have to stop the new players and not getting a very good impression. Look, if you're newer in this game, I haven't been here for over 8 years because it's bad. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit around and blow smoke up your behind when they release something that's just kind of, right? Like, not everything is a maple donut, which for me is something that's delicious. Some people don't like maple donut. I like. Give me a good maple bar or just a maple glaze on top of a maple on top of a glazed donut. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about our silliness. Oh no, I think we are on. In terms of the silliness of this chat, we are giving the proper impression. 380 something levels into the mastery challenges. I did the silly thing and I equipped all 4 at once. As long as I get to 500. I don't understand why our bud is so low. Oh, we're missing 2 champions. That's why. Yeah, as long as I get to 500, I just want to buy 1 hard sleeve. I want to sleeve up 1 champion just so that in the future I can go, oh, once upon a time they thought this was a good idea. Just to be like, hey, this is a thing that happened in the history of Idle Champions once. Hard sleeves. Because I can't imagine more coming. I can't imagine they would make more hard sleeves without figuring out the feedback on this first set, right? This first one that you can get on a set of champions. Oh, Lurking Rider doesn't know about the card sleeves. Card sleeves, Lurking Rider. This is the Mastery Challenge. You earn card sleeves. Why would you do a Mastery Challenge? So that you can earn tokens to buy card sleeves for your virtual cards in a game that isn't a virtual trading card game. So when you hover over a card on someone's inventory, it comes up with sleeves. It's not even on the back. It's just art around the sides. Is that a sleeve? I don't know. I guess the Sleeve is more understandable than like card bling, I guess, but I would have gone with bling. It's silly enough. Yeah, that's it. You do the challenges to get a new currency called mastery gems, which there's already a comment about, well, maybe we'll do these mastery things outside of events as well. So which is why it's showing up here as its own little info box. And you can't lose the currency. The currency is going to be around forever. It's it's a thing. Hey, we've got 5,000 gems finally. This is more exciting to me than card sleeves. It's a gelatinous cube now, folks. I've got a gelatinous cube. Awesome. Oh. How did it? That was a bug. That's them? I'm so confused. There they are. I don't. Okay. Anyway, we got a gelatinous cube now. Yay. There went 5,000 gems. It could have been a lot of chests. Jeez. All right, not saving up gems anymore. Because now we're at the point where we need 10,000. That's no. That's a no from me, dog. This will let me take this familiar though. It will let me go in the background party. It will let me go in the background party. Will it? All right. Come over here and throw Nordum in and level Nordum up. Modron Core Toolbox. Okay. Now Nordum's going to give us a little more XP. While we... Oh, I forgot to... dang it, I gotta go back. Gotta go back in time. Forgot to save the formation that way. Okay. Here, let's do this. Bruno, you come back here and we're going to save. Well, it was Bruno alone, but it's not Bruno alone anymore. Oh. Probably should have. Yeah, this is... XP... Oh. Okay. Not really, but you know. We need 37 more areas. And we'll have some Caddy Bree chests to open. She's finally greener better, so come over here and we already did the Esmeralda, I think. Yeah, we need Caddy Bree, and we did Lazelle's and Dinah here. Caddy Bree was up next. Still need a green on Nordum. Still need a green on Diana, like the other ones. Havilar. Frustrating. Jorvin's now at least the champions come out in full white gear. Oh, and I forgot to progress tracker. We got a new champion. 26. Set our progress back again. It's nice now that I've flexed all the event champions. My progress tracker can just increment down. I don't have to use these time gate pieces immediately. I can save them until after we get our progress tracker to 0. And then just focus on the newly unlocked champions each time, which is much easier. Well, feels much better. I'll put it that way. Feels much better. We're just kind of stuck at the moment. Cleared 500 in the mastery challenge. I mean, that's good. It looks like I might be able to clear 1,000, but we'll see. I'll let it go and see where it gets, but we got as far as I wanted. I just wanted to get enough to buy one, but just to sleeve up one champion, just to say it happened. Kind of like why I still have a DPS pigment on Narak. On Narak. Even though he's no longer a DPS. It lets me go, well, once upon a time, Narak was a DPS. In fact, I was a Narak main. I don't see any reason on this new account to do mastery challenges. I feel like it's a waste of time for my overall progress. I don't even like the event tokens as a reward. Which reminds me, we have event tokens we can go spend on the bunny beast. We want to do that. There's too many champions showing up here. Gimme. Alright, let's see what we can get. Nothing. Progress. Nothing. Nothing. Progress. And progress. Okay. Okay. That's not bad. Not great, but it's not bad. Down to 23 already. So we knocked out half of his. That's good. Who's the last flex slot? Yorvin. Because I'd already did split the party 2, it freed me up to go, give me the biggest buffer in the event, please. Give me the big buffer. And Yorvin's the big buffer. If I'd still needed split the party 1 or 2, I would have shot for that, but I didn't. If there had been a good speed champion, I would have shot for that, but there it wasn't. All right, we only need two areas, folks. 2 areas. We made it with time left on the potions. So we can go 250 areas with 2 15-minute potions. 2 speed, 2 fire breath in tails right now. There's our measure of speed progress. With the majority of our speed stuff. Okay. Yeah, so still got Melf, Havilar, Hank, Strongheart to do. I think Strongheart's still missing one though. So back to Simral. You know what? Let's do Yorvin. Well, he's a ways. You know what? We're going back to Lark. Lark is in the gear, is in the chest opening phase. So we're just going to 350 here. We're just going to 350. So once again, a pair of speed potions, pair of fire breath. Moonskin. I don't even, oh my God, please no. I don't even want that conversation in my chat. Take that to your Discord. No fucking thanks. I do not like them, Sam. I am. I do not like NFTs. That doesn't rhyme, but I don't even think, I don't think it matters that it doesn't rhyme. It's a kind of a tough thing to explain. How interchangeable are supports given the same approximate item levels? I mean, that varies wildly. That varies wildly. I can peek around level 100 with a pushing party, and outside of a few people who have a lot of gear, most of my supports are giving roughly the same kind of buff. I mean, that's what you're looking at, like buff amounts. You're trying to find the biggest buffs to put into a party, but sometimes you're looking for secondary triggers, like is there something about, if given equal buffs across 6 champions, is there something about one of those champions that makes someone else's buff better? Like, is there some kind of stacking, multiplicatively stacking going on around like a species or role or age, you know, something, right? Yeah, so you're trying to find the one that works the best given the combination of other champions you have put in there, and you might need to try some different combos around, but you're looking for those ones that are pairing well with like multiplicatively stacking buffs. Even if they're post stack and not pre stack, multiplicatively stacking is going to be way better than additively stacking. It's why Talon just isn't that strong. They've got additive stuff. But like Yorvin is a beast because he's got multiplicatively stacking stuff. He also has pre-stack numbers, but yeah. So it's really about reading, like understanding the abilities. Okay, which of these are additive stacks? Which of these are are multiplicative stacks? And then do them, any of the multiplicative stacks have gear requirements? Like early on when you don't have a lot of gear, it's not going to matter. But those champs might scale better long term for you, right? That's really what, I mean, that's what formation building is in this game, is trying to figure out really those things like instead of just like, well, these are the biggest buffs. Sometimes champ A can give a bigger buff, but champ B actually helps you go further because their buff might be smaller, but they might trigger another stack on someone else that makes their buff grow larger than the difference would have been with the other person in, right? Yeah. Yeah, like my Hank and my Gale here. My Hank is 173 item levels. My Hank is 11. My Gale is 173. Hank buffs better. What? That shouldn't have happened. But it did. Like at this point in the game, Hank's the better buffer for me on this account. And it could in part be where the purples lie. No, it wasn't. Yeah, because it wasn't. But yeah. Like that's when things feel bad, right? Like when you get a champion that does something so well and then the other one's like, or you get a lot of gear on one and you're like, well, this should be the best thing. And then you look at the buff and you're like, oh. Right now, everything's going to slow down because we need debuffs before we can kill. Oh, I know what the problem is. Well, part of this, I just realized I didn't organize the formation at all. And that's not necessarily a huge problem, but it is a problem. Okay. I think we want S to have it. The problem we're having here is we don't have. We need Esmeralda. I believe. Don't we? Why is it not? Yeah, she marks enemies that she attacks. Debuffing. That's what we want. Okay. It is what we want. Yay. We just need lots of debuffers. All right. Difficult to make time gate decisions, especially when they usually end up giving the same output. I mean, when they don't have a lot of gear, that happens. At low levels, it happens. Again, what you're looking for is picking, you know, kind of in the early / mid game, in the early part of the mid game. You know, you might. Sometimes it's more important to be looking for champions that help you, like they can fill a full party in a patron variant, right? Like that might be a thing you're looking for. I mean, you know, speed champions obviously is first setup, right? Once you get a speed group going, then you're looking for champions that work in like patron stuff. Because you need to develop your champions, and until you develop your champions, their buffs could be roughly equal. Yeah. How do you understand if something is pre-stack or post-stack? Look, sometimes it isn't clear if it's multiplicatively stacking. I just want to be very honest. But when you go to look at a champion and you're looking at the amount it buffs, like when it starts talking about stacks, here, eyes on the horizon, test increases the effective lead the way by an amount that varies, like it isn't a flat number. For each champion in the formation with a range attack stacking multiplicatively. This, because it puts this here with a number that isn't like the base value, which I think it started out with 100%, that tells you that there's an item for this, and it's the specializations that is buffing this value, and it's pre-stack. Whereas this one, a plan for everything, increases lead the way by 400%. Well, that's a flat value, and it does stack multiplicatively, so that's a post-stack. That's a post-stack. But sometimes it'll show up like this, but the math is definitely not pre-stacking, and then you know they made a boo-boo. But that's what you're looking for. Sometimes they're really good about it, and they call out and they say buffs apply to the pre-stack value. Or like on Jim Dark Magic, his item literally says buffs the pre-stack value of something. But otherwise, you have to, you know, reading and comprehension and understanding the math values. Yeah, so there's an extreme example Lurking Rider put in chat for like, you know, who you're choosing, and it may, and even though the buffs might be the same, they trigger somebody else's ability. Will has a buff called Folk Hero. And if you have a lot of different champions and they all buff the same amount, you want to build around Folk Hero and swap out until his Folk Hero gets big, because it is such a massive difference. And it doesn't even matter sometimes what the buff values on the champions that you're getting there are, if you don't have a lot of development yet, because the Folk Hero will be so big. As long as you trigger it, you're fine. Scariest, welcome. I have 10 platinum chests from some code. Awesome. The evergreens I currently have unlocked have mostly rare gear with some epics. Is there a reason to save the plats? No, just pop them. When you're newer, If you have chests, open them. Don't do what I did here. This, I give myself some kind of challenge or some kind of test every time I start a new account to just learn a little more about the game. And my challenge this time was not to open these until champions have all green gear, like green or better gear. And it's horrible. It's been a horrible experience. Please don't do that. But just open the chests and get the stuff out of them. So for a while, I was keeping up a list. Oh man, I haven't done this in a while. I got to update it. I was keeping up a list of all the champions that have pre-stack items. So that are multiplicatively stacking with pre-stack item support. I was doing that in my Blacksmithing Contracts 101. Because that's obviously the first place you would look when you're investing blacksmithing contracts. Outside of speed champions. After speed, it's, well, which other champion should I invest in? Well, those give you the best bang for your buck, right? Although not all pre-stacks are equal. I haven't updated that list in a while. That's on me, but I'm kind of, it's one of those situations where it's like I hate it because I hate it because I have to go update it every time a new champion comes out or a rework happens. It's just a lot of busy work. I know it's a very small thing, but it's just it's like this game. Small incremental pieces of work end up multiplicatively stacking and just, rough. It's rough for me. Yeah, so Lurking Reiner can get Will's just Will's buff up to E100 or higher for nerds. So it's it's ridiculous. Like some abilities are outrageous. I don't like playing Will's game. In the same way I don't like playing Artemis's game or Warduck's game. So that's not something I'm ever gonna interact with. Man, I forgot that this was the restriction for this. Do I have any other? We do want owned, and we want debuff. I mean, Dadius could help here. Caddy Bree, actually, could help a lot. Okay. Let's just bring Caddy Bree in. I'm clicking the same face. So should I come back for card sleeves? I don't know. I will sleeve that decision to you. Eh? Yeah, there's the bad pun of the day, folks. Ravenous says the list of mops and blacksmithing contracts are more useful guides to refer back to for the experienced player, though. Yeah, but I don't make things for experienced player. Generally speaking. Which is probably why I ignore it, because it's like one of those things, well, if you're an experienced player, you should know this. But I really do need to update it. I do. No worries, Enormous Chunks. Welcome. Have I written a guide on mastery challenges? No, and I will not. No, and I will not. Yeah, Letty, I mean, if you just want to try the challenge of the mastery challenge, like just to measure your account power, that's really all it is. It's a I'm not going to say it. It's an account power measuring system is what the mastery challenge is. If you want to measure your account power and see how it measures up, try it. But the reward is not. The juice isn't worth the squeeze, in my opinion. But I mean, who knows? Maybe card sleeves for a virtual game that isn't even a trading card game is your thing. It's not a new show. It's a return of, well, there used to be a show called Griddle Champions. And so Friday, it's without a griddle, which I think is just Griddle Champions, but for their new game Without a Hitch. I think it's just a promo stream for Without a Hitch. But it's Lee Goldberg making pancake art, which is always a joy. Definitely stop by over on the Cena Games channel for that. If you've never seen pancake art, or if you have and it's just been a while. It looks like it's 10 a.m. Pacifically speaking on the Cena Games channel Without a Griddle. Tomorrow, there's supposed to be a Dev Insights, 2 p.m. Pacifically speaking. And then at 3 p.m., apparently they're going to be playing Without a Hitch on stream. I actually haven't seen it played yet, so I'm going to tune in for that. A deck measuring contest. Yes, there you go. If there were decks in this game, this would be a deck measuring contest. But there's not a deck. I mean, it isn't a deck, so I don't understand how we got there, but... I mean, let's be realistic. They aren't actually card sleeves, because card sleeves, they usually have the designs on the back, and we don't see the backs, really. It's a wrapper. It's a card wrapper or card bling, but they chose to use the term sleeve. Eleanor just says, I got to point out that Mastery Challenge is just an event augment, and I was under the impression Card doesn't write guides for individual augments. I don't. But I also, here's the thing, I don't write guides about things that, are fairly well explained in game, and I think over here there's these were the answers in the blog post. I think that's fairly well explained. The blog post also fairly well explains it. And B, where there's not really a whole lot of information to share, like a whole guide for that. You know, but I think there's enough in game that there isn't anything I can really add to what they put there other than my own opinion. And that's not a guide. That's a shit post. Up to 888 on my main account. I am trying the Mastery Challenge, folks. It's up there on that one on my main account. I turned all 4 of the restrictions on, so to add to the 5th. So I've got all 5 restrictions running. I'm trying to see how far I can go. Guess they wanted a thing for people to do at the end of the events and didn't want to add any power to anyone with it. I mean, yeah, like I said, I think they're attempting to create more engagement with the game in week 3. Of an event. And augments are how they try to test that stuff out. Because augments by definition are temporary. Right? Just an augment is, hey, this event does this. And you may never see it again. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know. Like, put it this way, we have patron challenges, and I don't even do those on my main account or even on a new account usually. Not actively try to do them. I got Bruno and Nordum doing it in the background. But not really. So if I don't even engage with that system there, like, then this one wasn't gonna get my attention. And the patron challenges could provide some kind of power increment. Mastery challenges don't at all. It feels like the first time. No. It feels like that could have been a good system to deliver pigments with. And yet, deck sleeves, card sleeves. Like I've been crossing my fingers and hopelessly waiting for some kind of better delivery mechanic for pigments, 4 different kinds of pigments, and that seems like it would have been a great place. Would have been a great place for it. Nope. So, yeah, I left that one there for you, Lurking Rider. I was gonna say giggity, but or are we not doing phrasing anymore? But I left that. So I don't know. I mean, you know, part of what drives engagement in game systems is what you get out of it. Is there a reward? Now, look, I do stuff in some games without there being a tangible reward, because it's like tracking, like in Conquest Dark, there's an arena where you can go like it tracks the number of waves you've gone with each of the classes, and it just gives you that little thing when you hop in. It tells you what your overall highest goal is and what your class goal is, and you just go in and try to beat it, try to optimize your setup. But along the way, you are earning the currencies that you use for other things in the game. Although I just maxed out one of them for the currently until they add more stuff. But there's just, you know, there's things that need infinite. There's permanent upgrades that basically need infinite currency for, and so I'm always earning that as I'm going through those. But that's different from here. Like every time I upgrade one of those permanent upgrades, my game gets more enjoyable on every character I play in that other game, right? This game doesn't work that way, right? So this kind of mastery challenge, like, yeah, you want to show how well you can, you know, show how powerful your account is and how well you know your formation building. Like, that's what it's really what it's trying to measure. I mean, they could have just thrown that in without a reward at all. And I might have been more okay with it. Because sometimes when you put in rewards that are just like, what were you thinking? Then it feels a little insulting. Right? It's like that. It's like there's a difference when you're a server in a restaurant. There's a difference between someone giving you a decent tip, someone giving you no tip, and someone tipping you 1 penny. Right? Like, a decent tip, okay, great. Even if it's on the lower end, it's still cool. No tip, really? Oh my god, fine, whatever. On to the next table. 1 cent? I would like to rage. like it's insulting, right? They left a tip, but they did it as but it's insulting, right? Or it's that person who says, I'm putting $21 bills on this table, and every time you make a mistake, I'm taking one back. Give me 60 seconds. In 60 seconds, I will have said enough to you for you to take them all back, and hopefully you'll just leave the restaurant. This is why I'm not a server, because that's what I would do. I would just go off on them. They'd just be taking their money back and leaving.
So the fact that this first thing that you have to run this once, and based off, did you get 500,000, 1,500, 2,000 unlocks more of the restrictions? This one rewarding event tokens. And at most, if you were an end game, if you're some or late game player who can clear 2,000, you're getting 3 more chest packs from the shop. Like, this is a penny tip. This is a penny tip. And then all these restrictions to get card sleeves, like, I don't even know what that is. It's not a penny tip, but it's like, oh, maybe that's like getting tipped. We're gonna stay on this server reference. It's like getting tipped a 50% off coupon to some shop, right? Like, you're like, what? That's the way it feels. That's the way it feels. So I think if they just hadn't even put rewards in at all, if it had just been a, hey, go test your mastery, test your might, you know, get rid of this whole first part and just be like, hey, what can you do? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Lurking Runner, Deep Rock Galactic, they added that patch to give you more of those. I'd been collecting those too because I didn't feel comfortable upgrading gear yet. But I was saving that up to upgrade gear, but now they've raised the limit on the permanent upgrades, so. Yeah, Shevik with the truth. U.S. service tipping angers a lot of the rest of the world. Pay your servers. Yes. Did you know? There are people in the United States that don't know this, that it shocks people to find out. Did you know that the servers in restaurants aren't even paid the minimum wage? They're legally allowed to be paid like, a couple bucks an hour. Because it's expected that people will tip them and that's where they make their money. Did you know that? Shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist. If your business model is made off not paying your employees and expecting them to make their wage off the kindness of their customers, you're a jerk and your business shouldn't exist. Not even 50%, more like 10% vouchers to a website you've never even heard of, let alone planned on ever purchasing from. I mean, even if it was 10% to something that made sense to you, like, you're like, you already maxed out the new ones? No, I haven't fired it up. I think I would have preferred if they made the entire thing scales amount to Tiamat. I think they're worried about introducing too many scales. I think it might tip the scales a bit too much. Look, this stream earned another bad pun. Yeah, I think introducing too many scales. They've already got they've got Bobby, which I know he caps, but they've got Bobby to start you off. They've got you know, the events with benefits system here to get you scales, and then you've got trials. I think they were probably worried that was a little too much. But I will say, look, I would have liked it. I would have liked it better. Yeah, I think I agree. I would have preferred if they'd made this, you know, this first one where you're earning instead of event tokens, it was scales of Tiamat. That would have made trying to get all of them somewhat worth my time, actually. 25,000 potential on the table? Oh, okay. Because you got to remember, like 500 scales is a level 1 legendary, first level 1 legendary on a champion. So I think they'd lower the numbers, but Yeah, I think that would have been way better. So I think I agree with that. I just don't, I think they're worried about how many they're introducing to the system, especially right before a rework of the whole system, right? They don't make enough tips to make the minimum wage you're supposed to pay the difference. Oh. Ooh, supposed to pay the difference and required to pay the difference might be two things. And then there's all kinds of report. It's just a bad system. Let's just be honest. It's a bad system. Even though Berserk says it's $2.13 an hour and employers supposed to cover the difference if you don't make minimum wage for your hours. Yeah, but I don't know that they do. Is that the third? Oh, well, we got a lot of bonus ones though. But yeah, tipped employees and disabled employees are both legally able to be paid lower than the minimum wage. And our minimum wage is already garbage, folks. So doesn't make any sense to me. And anybody in the carceral system, anybody who's in prison for some reason and working, that's. But well, let's be honest. Like prison labor is slave labor in the first place, and shouldn't happen. Like it just shouldn't be a thing. But let's be real. Like. What's the motivation to actually rehabilitate the people in prison if they're working at low cost or even normal pay? What's the reasoning behind that? But usually they get paid garbage if they get paid at all, and then there's no reason why they would ever rehabilitate them. They just want to keep the prison stocks so they can get their cheap employees. It's horrible. But yeah, that's definitely worse than being a tipped employee or a disabled worker. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're almost to 200, but we ran out of speed because this is just taking forever. And I was like, do I want to just keep throwing speed potions at it? I guess I kind of have to. Waiting for the debuff to kick in. This was a real bad decision for me to do this on stream. This is going to take a while. Main account is over 1,000 now, folks. It's still pushing. Over 1,000. So that's 2 card sleeves for me. Woo! I gotta stop. I feel bad. Look, I like the people at Codename Entertainment. I just think they make bad decisions sometimes, and I'm not going to let them off the hook when they do. I praise them when they make good ones. It goes both ways. I heard a Norwegian asked why he cared about rehabilitation, and the answer was because that person could be my neighbor when they get out. Or might have been your neighbor before and will be. Doesn't even matter. How about just is a human being? That's where my bar is. Because that person is a human being. But I get that some people need to have a lower bar. That's with all the modifiers active. Yes, I am doing on up there. I have all the restrictions on. I filled out, I clicked all the buttons. So I'll be getting max gems, so 4x whatever the level is. So right now I'm at over 4,000, and it's 2,000 for a card sleeve. So I just really don't. I think I will buy one card sleeve, and then I don't. I'm not going to spend any more of the gems. Because who knows? Maybe one day they have a mastery system that has something I want to spend gems on. It's definitely not card sleeves. The people have to need to have a lower bar. Hobbits usually. Well, that wasn't where I was. Yeah. Evidence is clear for released prisoners able to get a job when they're released. Pretty much any job, the risk of reoffending goes down by around 90%. I mean, look, if you go far enough into it, people tend to break the law because they don't have good jobs and they need something to make their life better, just to exist, and that causes them to, and then they get arrested for it, and because there isn't any way for them to get it normally. And yeah. I mean, you know this when you walk into, like, here in the US again. I'm not saying it's only a US problem. I'm just saying I'm viewing it from the perspective of the US because that's the only perspective I have. You walk into like a pharmacy, like a corner store, like a CVS pharmacy or Walgreens or one of these places, and you look, and all you have to do is look at what they lock up. Like, what do they put behind, like, panels that have to be opened by a staff member? And I mean, you see stuff like baby formula and diapers, and you're just like, because that's the stuff that gets stolen the most. That's why they put it behind those locked things. And that just tells you it's not people trying to steal because they think it's fun. They're literally just trying to exist, have their kids exist. So yeah, get them good jobs before, better jobs before, better opportunities for jobs before, and then it never happens in the first place. But we apparently can't seem to figure that out as a society. I mean, we figured it out. We know this, but we don't seem to care. Like, the people in charge don't seem to care, because the people in charge are corporations who are beholden to who answer only to their shareholders, who want them to milk as much money out of the system as possible. It's stupid. We live in a stupid society. Mordok makes Celeste quite the healer. She heals the entire party. No, she heals all columns not directly in front of her. So whoever's directly in front of her isn't getting healed. Did we loot anything? Those, which I don't. Yes, Electrum. Oh, Shining Staff on Dadius requires me to come over here. Dadius has been shining his staff. Wait, isn't this? Yes. Okay, no, we already had a green there. Okay. Not progress. Not the progress we were looking for. Polishwood longbow for Caddy Bree. Wow. Got 2 blues in a row out of Electrums. That's ridiculous. We already had a green for that. She was full green. We knew that. So, no progress. No progress from those chests. Oh, but we can buy chests. We can buy a chest. A gold chest. What do we get? Nothing. Break these down. Break this one down. We can break one of those down. 1269. 12 nice. Aiming for 1440 for one of these legendaries. Where are we going? 350. Still got 120 areas to go. Okay, yeah, we'll get there. Just slow. Well. How are we doing in the background? Fine, I guess. Our modest score is up to 10,000 out of 12,000. Chugging right along. Nimroa asks, how do you chase Ceramorphosis stacks? Listed in the champ's bio stats. So every absolute adversaries member has a way to contribute to contribute stacks somehow. Most of them have an ability called Ceramorphosis that just says this champion adds one stack to the party because of the tadpole in their brain. A couple champions do it via spec choice. So I think Gale, Halson, maybe Minthara. There's a couple champions that have a spec choice that can boost things. However, beyond that, there are a number of champions who have feats that are specifically like tadpole feats that give them a tadpole, that add a tadpole stack when you put the feat in. Some of them are the heroes of Baldur's Gate that were in the video game, like Minsk and Jaheira and Viconia, right? Like some of them will have them, but also some others do. Like Narak has one because I guess he's a give and he deals with mind. They just did. So there's a number that are also feats, so that you could, get, if you want to use those champions to get access to those stacks, you can. To more stacks than normal. And that's because the absolute adversaries, again, they aren't designed to all go together in a group. So you have a core, you find a core number of absolute adversaries that works. And then you could try to add in some of these other champions that have a tadpole feat to get yourself more stats. Oh, Ravenous says Minsk, Dynahair, Viconia, Duke Ravengard, Volo, and Narak. Yeah, if I did guides to affiliations, which I don't. We do the somewhat on the tutorial show, but if I did written ones, then that's where that info would go. But there aren't that many guides. There aren't that many affiliations that need a guide to how their affiliation bonuses work. Usually it's pretty straightforward. But with absolute adversaries, they're a little different. Right? Where are we at? 1140. Just cleared 1140. Still, we got like 90 bud over the area-based monster house currently, but that's area-based monster house. That doesn't count because we've got this health boost. So we'll see what happens. But it's still cruising along. Let me ran out of one of the potions. M1 might have a tadpole feat. I don't know. Sometimes they add them and then I don't update the guides right away. Every time they add a feat to the game, I don't pop open a guide and update for that. I do them in bulk eventually when I do reviews. So I don't know. Yes. She has one. Yeah. It's called a lithid tadpole. That's usually what they call them. So M1 has one. Like I said, it's a lot of the heroes of Baldur's Gate, but also Narak, Volo. Another question from Nimero is, some spec choices show current effect in your formation, some don't. Is that by design? So the only thing I know of is that some of them will count like numbers. They'll show numbers in parentheses. And that's only for very specific champions. That it's supposed to be for champions whose ability is based on stacks, but it isn't. They screw it up in some cases, and they'll throw the number around in bad ways that misinforms you. So you really got to read. If it's counting the the multiplicatively stacking, then they're usually trying to give you the numbers. But what I think we would all have preferred is if they showed you what the buff was going to be. Right? And I don't think any of them do that. Eric Nor asks, why don't I see any change on the runs when I use the giant strength potion? DPS breakdown keeps the same. You're talking about this, right? Like DPS breakdown, base, running average, or the number, whatever the numbers are up here. And it's because those numbers are all lies. They're all lying to you. You can, if you want to know why, you can hover over base or running average and read it. It will tell you, like, base, it just straight up says, hi, I'm a liar. And running average goes, well, I'm a liar too, but I don't lie as much as that guy. What you're actually looking for is this number down here, Bud, base ultimate damage. This is where you would see the difference reflect. These numbers should not be used to do anything in the game. It shouldn't be used to build your formation, or to see if something's or if something is one formation is better than that. No, just this. It's this in terms of damage, and it's what area you're able to go with. Those are the determining numbers, the two most important numbers in the game. These all lie, and we've told the devs they lie. We've complained for years, like 5 years at this point, and they're just like, well, it's good enough, or it works, when someone's brand new. It doesn't even do that anymore, really. Yeah, so that's why. Don't use those. They're not meant to. It will literally tell you, hi, I don't change like I should. And I'm like, thanks. And we got plenty of damage. It's just this silly debuff thing, keeping us from moving forward quickly. Moving forward quickly. I guess I could. No, we're fine. Sitting on a throne of lies. That is what base DPS does. Base DPS has two signs, or they've got one sign and they just with two. No, they've got two ping pong paddles. One of them has green on it, and one of them has red, and they just do this every now and then. But it doesn't matter. But they're not actually signaling anything, and it doesn't. It's not appropriate. It doesn't help you. It doesn't make good decisions. Like they're just. Well, maybe I'm doing this. Maybe I'm going to do this now. Well, maybe I'm going to throw. No, I'm going to throw this one up. No, I'm going to. Oh! You don't know which one I'm going to do. Oh, I'm not going to do either of them. Like, such a liar. The base DPS numbers don't even work in the variants that remove the champion with the lowest base DPS. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, building a variant off something that doesn't work well was, I mean, that was a bad idea. But I mean, we've also seen like when you break Bud, when Bud goes buggy, you see zeros show up, in various places around here, and so like that whole chart just. Like, not only is it bad to try to build your game around because it's not doing what you need it to do. It's bugged enough that it can't give you good stuff all the time anyway. It just doesn't even work right all the time. So we just use this. Everybody just uses this number. Because this is literally, Bud is literally your damage per second of your highest hitting character, which is all that matters. You're building a formation to get one person to do tons of damage. You want to focus everything on one person. And so this is literally your damage per second. It's the highest hit divided by your attack speed. So it is your damage per second. This is what actually matters. DPS breakdown. Liar, stats on fire. Good. How did it take us this long to get there? Liar, stats on fire. Ravak asks, if I'm looking at a 100% increase for favor in my current party, I can spend that favor at the forge without having to worry, right? Oh, so you've gone and pushed deep, and here where it says the favor you've earned, you're either 100% or higher. Then yet, while you're on that run, dip into the forge, do your upgrades, and then bail, and it's like you didn't spend anything at all because you got it all back. Yeah, we call that a forge run. We call that a forge run. That's how you should. That is the efficient way to level up your legendaries. You're right on it. You're right on it. Still don't see any improvement in the round when a potion is activated. Does it mean it's not working, or am I using them the wrong way? Well, look, I don't know what. Let me just give an example here. If I were to come in here and drop a small potion of giant strength, increase the damage of all champions by 100%, that's going to double my damage output. That's it. And so this number already here is fluctuating a bit. But let's say it was based off the highest hit, which is 2.3 E128 right now. That would just make it 4.6 E128. It's not that big of a difference. Potions aren't huge factors. They're not going to change things a ton. They give you a little bit extra when you might need it. Like usually if you're on the very last area requirement of something difficult and you haven't used potions, well, maybe they will. Maybe they'll help, but maybe they won't. It's not a huge thing. So it's not that they're not working. It's just that you're dealing with large numbers, and bonuses like 100%, 300%, 500%, when you're dealing with large numbers, aren't actually that impactful. You need like 1,000% to see an order of magnitude change. Like for me to go from like E133 to E134, I need like 1,000% of bonus. Ron says, when I first started playing this, I had no idea why Havilar was doing 99% of my damage, but I was willing to believe it. I mean, she might have been. She might have just been in the wrong place. She might have been. Yeah, forge run. A forge run is what we call that when you're trying to level up your legendaries. How many scales do I have? 140. I can't even demonstrate. Not on this account. But yeah, instead, because it costs you favor right now to to create legendaries, to upgrade. It's just upgrading their effects. To upgrade their, I haven't done it in so long because I just don't care anymore. So it costs you like 1 order of magnitude of favor to do that, which people get pissy with. People got real pissy with me, called me bad because I said, because they're like, what you actually should be saying is you're spending 99% of your favor. And I'm like, no. While that literally might be true, no, you're gonna take 1 order of magnitude off your favor total because that's literally how it's presented in the game. It literally does a thing where we can't demonstrate, but where it'll say spend 500 scales plus 1 order plus minus, it says minus EO1 of whatever the favor is. I'm keeping things on the level with the game. They're saying you're going to minus 1 order of magnitude. Okay, then you're spending 1 order of magnitude, not 99%. I know that technically that's 99%, but nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that but you. I'm sorry. Oh, good Lord. All right. We have 500 more gems. Hey, come on. Come on. Gimme. Yeah, I saw the Electrum. Large blacksmithing contract. I will take that. Got 3 Electrums here. Did we get a green? No. Did we get a green? No. Did we get a green? Yes. Progress. No. There's only a button. All right. Getting harder to get progress with our Electrons. Burn all of these. Also going to throw these on Diana. And up there. $78. Trying to get Diana to 100. We already got Eliwick there. There is a champion that makes this instant. Her name is Nova. She's in seed 11. But I wouldn't time gate Nova just to make this variant easier or faster. It's just making it faster. Halcyon often ends for your Xbox account. Halcyon often ends up being the highest base attack and highest damage dealt champion, despite the Dark Urge having E100 plus more damage. Probably based off base DPS. I don't know. I don't know. Main account is now up to is on 1289, but is having some slowdown. Nope. Now we're past 1290, but it is slowing down a little bit. Bear from the top row is a goal, yeah. I mean, honestly, hashtag goals. The bear from the top rope. All of this work for just some for 3 gold chests. No, 2 gold chests. We're only going to 350. Oh. All of this work for 2 gold chests. All right. Mm-hmm. 23 areas to go.
Shandy just got, yeah, she's got a few to go. Valentine is here. Valentine just needs one. Dark Urge just needs one. Nordum just needs one. God dang it. Ree just needs two. Oh, Caddy Breeze. We can open a Caddy Breeze. Forgot. We went and got Caddy Breeze and then I didn't even open it. Okay, there's a crit chance item. Nice. That's what I like. Cooldown on ultimate. Honestly, Caddy Breeze, one of the few people I want that on. That makes me happy. Push forward? Sure. Give me that epic. On crit damage. Oh, and we got Mark for Death. Look, we're good. She's now full blue with a purple. I'm fine with that. Honestly, I'm fine with where that landed. Her crit damage, her crit chance is now up to 50%. That's fine. Crit damage 386. Yeah, that works. She's still only level 6. Item level 6. Sentry needs 2 greens. Briv needs 1. Elowick needs 1. Virgil needs 1. Okay. Diana needs 1. Yorvin needs like 3, doesn't he? Yeah. Tess needs 1. And then we go into like group chests. Come on, I'm trying to take out this snowman in the background. It won't let me. Dang it. Hey, Valdemar. Rama says my mastery challenge party somehow is 2 Uggies. 2 Uggy, 2 Uggies? I don't know. 2 Uggy, 2 Unctious. There it is. 1 on Kazran and 1 on one of the other escorting Modrons? What? Yeah, 2 Uggy, 2 Unctious. Just go with it. Just go with it. Oh, it looks like I died on the main account. We're at 1301. Yeah, that's fine. I could probably make this go further. Oh, and then we just passed it. I don't know that I care. Here, let me. Wait, do we have Uggy in the right place? We do. I'll put the ultimates on. We'll see. 1301 with all. Well, we just passed it. 1306. Yeah. All of the restrictions. I think that's pretty good. I'm fine with that. E400s in damage. This is a Kazran DPS situation. I don't think I've optimized this as best I could, but I really don't care. Numero asks, can I almost always choose the spec choice with the highest number when available? No, you don't want to get into that habit. I would love to say yes to that, but you don't want to get into that habit because sometimes the values that they're multiplicatively stacking are different. And so maybe one has 6 and the other has 7, but the 6 would be bigger, a bigger buff than the 7. Also, sometimes, like with Freely, they're giving you numbers. They put numbers in because they're counting the number of people that it would apply to. But that's not how his spec choice works. Sometimes spec choices work based off, they'll put numbers but what you really need to know have are names, because you need to know which of those spec choices applies to your primary DPS. And so the numbers are a trap. So you can't get into defaulting. You gotta read it, pay a little bit of attention and understand.
you'll get a feeling as you use those champions more and more and more. You'll get to the point where you'll know. Okay, well this is here. I can just choose that. Really, spec choice just lets everyone affected applies luck debuff. Correct. But numbers is it's okay, but it's not completely accurate. Because if you have a multi-hit champion or an AoE champion, you need to know. Because if the numbers were the same, like let's say it's a 5 and a 5, but one of them for freely, but one of them has lots of multi-hit or AoE champions, you want that one. Because it's applying the debuff to more people. And potentially stacking better. And the system doesn't tell you that. Whereas if they'd put names, it'd be better now. It'd be better. All right, all together now, 450. Now these champions are fallbacks, tieflings, evil, multi-class, or have a charisma of 13 or lower. Well, we're gonna try. This is rough. Plus we're losing two champions. This one's gonna be a little rough. Okay, we got our Hank. We got our hanky panky going on. I mean, look, we're just going straight to Carlock DPS here. We can't use Briv. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean... a tank would be good. I don't think we're getting one now. I think this is what we're doing. This is silly. I don't know. This is probably going to have to change. Can I go far enough with this? This is ridiculous. This was a mistake. We really needed tanks, but started playing Star Wars Outlaws. Nice. I really enjoyed it. I didn't get any of the DLC, but I enjoyed the base game quite a bit. The thing that always threw me off was the controls were a little different between space flight and driving the speeder on the ground, and we talk about making it more difficult on players. But overall, I really enjoyed that game. Okay, Bunny Beast. Show everybody what's up. Let's go that one for now. All right. Ideally, we'd like to get to 450. No tanks. Well, I have Carlocks here, but that's not what we're talking about. We need more than just Carlock. So let's actually throw some speed at this. Throw some speed at this. If I understood, better wait for War Duck to be green before opening gold chests. Well, that's for event champs in general. You can choose to do that for event champions in general. And once you get a certain amount of resources, I do recommend that. Early on, just open your chests. But yes, normally you're like Electrums into named silvers to try to get to green or better gear, and then golds once you're green or better. But you know, when you're lacking resources, like on this account, I'm lacking resources. You can just open the chests. Mean Cab, thank you for 15 months with Prime. Welcome back. Carlock needs crit buffs? No, Strongheart wants them. I threw it in here because I'm a little worried. I chose like the crit buff on Hank because I'm a little worried about what's gonna happen here, and I'm like, at least give us a little more damage or something. The Carlock needs to be the best DPS. I mean, it's not. Carlock just wants to smash things. She isn't picky. She wants whatever the biggest buffers are that you can provide. That's the best thing to help her. So like Ceramorphosis doesn't help because this boosts other people's health. It doesn't even boost her at all. Rage is nice. Building up rage is either when she attacks or when someone hits her. So maybe some attack speed, but even then, not always necessary. Infernal Engine is the damage reflection when she gets hit. Berserker just builds on the rage again. Experienced Gladiator is Zerial Patron variants, which we have 0 of. But, you know, at a certain point, yeah, that's nice for her. But that means that when it comes to building a formation for her, Now, I like to build her because she has a 6-second base attack. I like to pair her with Strongheart and Duke Ravenguard, which is the crit combo, right? If we had Strongheart here, I would pair it with Strongheart, and Hank works as well. Because Strongheart wants to crit, and when Strongheart crits, he speeds up Carlock's attack speed and also buffs her. So that's why I'm usually trying to build crit chance when I'm running Carlock, but it's usually built around Strongheart. And here we aren't even using Strongheart. It's not even allowed. So. Yeah, so she's what I call support agnostic, right? Which means she's not looking for anything specific, unlike, say, Artemis or Warduck, who want positional formation abilities to be good, right? Carlock's just like, give me the best buff. I don't care how you give it to me. Phrasing? Oh, but, you know. Ice Princess says, took a moment to rework my formation and went from E197 Bud to E234. Nice. Big difference when you actually pay attention to where the champs are. Yeah. But it's one of those things where, like, if you were able to complete whatever you were doing, it was fine. It's just when it gets to the point where, ooh, I'm having trouble, then you rearrange and you're like, oh. Then you save that. Ravenguard and Strongheart, then whoever gives the biggest numbers. Yeah. So Yorvin's huge now. I use Yorvin a lot with Lae'zel. Yeah, then you're just looking for biggest buffers. I like on my main account I like Miria. And then depending on how many tanks are up front, it's, you know, we could have Krydle in there. Because I'm usually pushing far enough, I need super survivable tanks. That kind of stuff. So it was phrased correctly. I think it was, yeah. I don't think Carlock would complain with that phrasing. I'm up to 1347 in the Simral Mastery Challenge with all 5 restrictions. Remember, there's a base restriction and then 4 optional restrictions. Yeah. I'm not going to be one of those person that gets to 2,500. I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with that. I'm just going to bank some, I'm going to buy one sleeve just to be like, well, this existed once. And then I'm going to bank the rest in case they, at some point in the future, they give us something more worthwhile. I try a lawful Dark Urge group now that you have Halsin. No? Just remember, Dark Urge's damage isn't amazing. He can be used in so many places. That's his big thing. Like I found, I think when I did a comp of Farlock versus the Dark Urge, when I compared the two on a newer account, Karlach with bad gear was better than Dark Urge and good gear. Yeah. So the Dark Urge's strength isn't in his ability to kill things, like to do tons of damage. It's in his ability to be a solid DPS that can go in every adventure and variant in the game. Okay, I need to know. What's my goal here? E122. Right? This is third variant? Yes. E122, and we're at E112, so we're good. Yeah. This isn't going to be a problem. Well, the problem could be not having a tank. But the damage is there. Sort of. Oh, I died. 1353. Let's see if we can... Is that just bad RNG? Did I just eat some bad RNG or... and get food poisoning or what? No, I would need to change the party. And I don't really want it. I'm being honest. I'm good. All right. I earned 5,412 mastery currency, whatever, gems. I don't know. Is that what they were? How many gems? Yeah, 5,412. So if I'm gonna card sleeve somebody, I think it's gonna be Krull. Makes sense for Krull to have a Dragon Soul card sleeve. That's done. And then I sit on the rest of that currency forever. Basically. Now I just go do my trials run for the day. All right, so folks, we just got Yorvin, and I guess we haven't talked about Yorvin. Yorvin, you know, Barbarian Druid, Harangon. He has DPS support control. I find him to be a better support than anything else. And we go in an ad break. Of course we did. Well, subscriber-based content. Yeah, basically he can go everywhere in Wildbound the Witchlight. So when we go there, he can enter anything despite restrictions. He buffs multiplicatively stacking with pre-stack multipliers on unique species in the formation. He has another multiplicative stack that is for enemies that have been damaged in the current area, but it caps at 25. He has this damage reduction thing that is, just ignore that part. And know that he buffs his weather ability every time his max health is doubled stacking multiplicatively. So this is great. Like having a couple tanks in the, like 2 tanks is kind of a sweet spot for him. And then he buffs himself based off, like his buff based off how much Wild Beyond the Witchlight stuff you've done. So if we come over here, we're already E10 to 13 ragtag team. That's fine. I mean, we have a basically brand new Yorvin, and we don't have tons of Witchlight stuff completed yet, but it will scale up pretty well because it stacks multiplicatively. So yeah, I mean, we're already looking, even with his low gear, only 5 unique species. He's an okay buffer now. I'd say he's probably, we're using Eliwick, so he's going to be more consistent than Eliwick. And he's going to grow better than she will, frankly. Yeah, now we were up at an E15 on that one. So it scales up. The longer you're on an area, the more his damage scales up to a point. Shavik. So once we get some gear on Yorvin, he should be nice and strong. What are we doing? Hey, more gems. Hey, Macarena. Let's go. What do we get? Something we can break down. Okay. Courage to stand. That's not really what I wanted for him. But let's see if it was something we needed. It was not. It was not. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Courage to stand is the heal. So it wasn't, What we really want is Righteous Might, which is where we have the white card. So sad. One of the things, though, about, I just want to say, Lurking Rider said earlier, I had Karlach and the Dark Urge at 2,000 item levels each. No legendaries, and Dark Urge outperformed Karlach. That's to be expected because Karlach doesn't scale with gear, like with the item levels. You literally fed Dark Urge's pre-stack by building a Ceramorphosis party. And you were building an absolute, it looks like you said, like an absolute adversaries party, right? Full Ceramorphosis, yeah. Full Ceramorphosis is not Karlach's best situation. So you were tying one of Karlach's hands behind her back because that's not the party she wants. That's the party Dark Urge wants.
don't know if we're going to be able to get through all of this on stream, but again, our damage is over the threshold. My mid game when I have all the event champs but one. That's not how I determine progress in the game, but other people might differ. It's like, what are you working on? What part of the game's content are you working on? You're still doing base adventures and variants, you're in the mid game. You've moved on to just patron variants, you're in the late game. You have at least 1 foot in the late game. You can have a foot in the mid game and the late game. Straddle the border. But I don't do anything based off the number of champions. Nothing for me. None of that is based off the number of champions. Yeah. Yeah, so now that I've done the mastery challenge on my main account, even as something like to build engagement, I don't think it's there. I don't know. I guess maybe you might do it one restriction at a time and try to eke out as many of the mastery gems as possible. That's probably I could probably get some more that way, but that's 5 runs, 5 deep runs, which didn't take that long. So it feels like it's maybe 1 day or maybe 2 days of engagement, and then you're done with it. And you're not going to do it. I mean, you're done with it at that point. So I don't know. If it was designed to increase engagement in week 2, I don't think it landed. And I don't think arbitrarily, or week 3, excuse me. I don't think arbitrarily, like gating each of those. Well, like day 1 of week 3, you can do the base run, and then day 2 come back and do the next restriction you unlock. Like, no. Like trials, right? Like trials creates like you have to log in at least every day during your trials run to do your thing. I don't see this doing anything like that. So I don't know. And obviously, as I already stated, the rewards are somewhat insulting. It's a bad time to try it. I'm going to be driving for 4 days and gone for longer. I won't have a chance to do it all. I don't think you're missing anything, Mass Connect. I get that you want to try it, but I feel like I could have missed this and I wouldn't have felt bad at all. Valdemar Nightroad asks, the last variant of a campaign, i.e. Wild Beyond the Witchfight, there's a thing in the rewards with gems. Do they provide anything long term? So the capstone variant, these are called capstone variants, when they've completed the entire story of a campaign and then added all 3 variants to every adventure. The final variant in the final node is the capstone variant. And it comes with
Usually it comes with like Modron component chests and a feat for someone. Like feat for the evergreen in that campaign. So that's what you get. Usually gem reward, the Modron chests, and a feat for the event champion, or for the evergreen champion from that campaign. It's not like it's going to get the participation wood another time of year. I just don't think it's worth participating at any time of the year. So again, I don't know. I mean, we're a week out from Christmas. They probably feel like it's fine. Again, it's done in a day. Like you can figure out how, you know, how much you could master it in a day. I don't, yeah. Jeremiah says, currently in the middle of Okoria's escape from Alter Deep. Thanks for asking that question. Yeah, you're getting a feat for Okoria that lets her go in every Water Deep adventure or variant, which basically means you'll be able to use her to come back and do patron stuff there because you've done most of the variants by that point. That's what you're getting out of that, along with some Modron component. I believe it's Modron component chests everywhere. So you'll have those in 5 Modron chests. Tomb of Annihilation, Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus, Icewind Dale, Realm of the Frost Maiden, and Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Wild Beyond the Witchlight was the most recent one to complete. Light of Xerxes next year, maybe we'll have their capstone. It's usually one a year because they came out every campaign out. The campaigns came out once a year, so it's usually one a year. Grand Tour should never get one because it's supposed to be a forever campaign, not supposed to have an end. But they're not even remotely close to putting 3 variants in all the Sword Coast adventures anyway. I don't think. I have to go double check. I'd have to look on my main account. Usually it also comes with an achievement. If they hooked it up right. Sometimes they forget. Ron asks, what are the 3x fish heads in the reward for Havilar's Second Tails variant? Those are tanking pigments. So Nolzur's Marvelous Pigments are a D&D magic item. We see mostly the froggies, which are support pigments. But the way Nolzur's works is there's 4 pots of paint, the pigments, in this item. One of them looks like a frog and it has green paint in it. One of them looks like a fish and it has blue paint in it. One of them looks like a skull and it has black paint in it. One of them looks like a strawberry and it has like a reddish pink paint in it. So in our game, those icons get used to represent the different types of pigments. So the frog is support, the fish is tanking, the skull is DPS, and the strawberry is healing. Was Belushi's Guardian of the Feywild that I recently picked up? Had no idea where to look. Yeah. If you did the capstone for Wild Beyond the Witchlight, that's for Belushi. Hadn't seen tanking pigments at all yet, just the frogs. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying is I wish the mastery challenges, like I wish the gems had gone towards pigment, like a pigment shop. Something more like the Thayan Enclave where you have options, but I would want them to be in there forever. But that's not what we got. The strawberries are the rarest pigment in the game, yeah. All right, folks, it is dinner time. Again, I think we're going to cruise through this. I don't see a problem here. damage wise. So tomorrow we will be back for a shorter stream. I have a meeting when I would normally start the stream, so the stream will start a little late, and then Dev Insights is going to happen, so we'll be rating them. We will come get what progress we can tomorrow, continuing in event stuff. We got to get our event stuff done. It's time limited. We need to maximize our event progress. Or just grab all the low hanging fruit. We know we can get like variant 1 tier 3, we believe, and then we know we should be able to get all of the tier 2 variant stuff. So grabbing all the chests for them, even though we're not opening them just yet, but grabbing them all. That's going to continue tomorrow and Friday. Right. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.